Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on balanced budget, motion standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre.
Aujourd'hui étant le dernier jour.
Today, being the last day for matters, we will move forward with the study and adoption of consider and dispose of the supply bills in view of recent practices. Do honourable members agree that the bills be distributed now?
D'accord? D'accord.
Agreed.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Williams, moves that, given that 1. Liberal budget 2023 adds more than $60 billion in new spending. That is $4,200 per family. 2. Inflation in Canada increased following the introduction of $60 billion in new Liberal spending. 3. Suivant la
Following the increase in Canada's inflation, interest rates were increased to 4.75%. 4. The IMF warns that Canada is the country most at risk of a massive mortgage default.
Hypothécaire massive. 5. Les
Average mortgage payments are up to 122% since the Liberal Prime Minister took office.
6. Canadian households have the most debt as a share of GDP of any country in the G7. And 7, the solution is to eliminate the deficits, balance the budgets in order to bring down inflation and interest rates. The House call on the government to table a plan to return the balance to balanced budget. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Carleton. Thank you. I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Bay of Quinte. Madam Speaker, we are reliving an economic and scientific experiment that politicians are proposing every 30 years or so. Just after people have forgotten what happened last time we had this experiment. The experiment is as follows. That politicians should see the economy as follows. If something moves, we tax it. If it keeps moving, we regulate it. If it stops moving, we subsidize it. And this is exactly the approach taken by the current government. We saw a government that has created a Canada that is the second longest country when it comes to obtaining a construction permit. We have regulations. That means that it takes 25 years to approve a mine. We have a country that applies the highest level of tax on SMEs, which hampers economic development. Let us talk, for example, about housing. The Prime Minister, since he came to power, presides upon a country that has the fewest number of houses per capita in the G7, even if we have so much land. Why? Because sometimes it takes 10 years to approve a construction development. What does the Prime Minister do? He subsidizes and grants huge checks to municipal politicians who hamper these construction projects. And that is why Vancouver is the third most overpriced city in the world. Toronto is 10th. Even if we are a country with a lot of land here in Canada, the average home is almost double that in the USA. Even if they have 10 times a bigger population than we do on a smaller mass of land. At the same time, the government stopped 2 oil pipelines and subsidized a third. So, on one hand, they're against private sector oil pipelines, but for those subsidized by the government, they are for. And now they're spending $30 billion to subsidize a pipeline in Western Canada that could have cost nothing to taxpayers. This is the same kind of projects that are done for free for the taxpayer throughout the world. The Prime Minister is boasting about subsidies for a so-called strategy for electrification. At the same time, the government is stopping mines in Northern Ontario that could produce this kind of product for electrification. Why is the government stopping, on one hand, that which it approves and subsidizes, on the other hand, why not do neither and just allow investors, businesses, workers, entrepreneurs to do so themselves? The answer is because it would remove the Prime Minister's role in all of this. It's a consistent ploy every time. They force people to go through him and the state to do whatever they want. He has to be at the head of any decision. He is the one who decides what people do in our economy. It should be the people that decides what to do with the economy. Everyday people who do work, there are real consequences and real costs. We see that Canada is the country that has the worst economic growth in the OECD over the next 30 years. We have housing costs that have doubled. Food costs have accelerated at the fastest pace in 40 years. When the state hinders the natural and organic progression of the market just to subsidize it, it adds costs to everyday citizens who have to pay more. Madam Speaker, there's another way to do things. Removing bureaucratic obstacles, allowing the construction of hydroelectricity facilities, mines, for materials for electrification, producing more of our electricity here in Canada instead of importing it from elsewhere, by removing red tape and delays, and by incentivizing municipalities so that they remove their bureaucracy so that we can have affordable housing for everyday Canadians. The good approach is to free Canadians so that they can produce a better quality of life at a lesser cost. That, Madam Speaker, that is logical. Together, let us bring back logic to Canada. That is our objective, and that's exactly what we will do.
We are now living through an experiment. It's not an unprecedented experiment. It's tried about every 30 years as soon as the last experiment is forgotten. It's the idea that the government, if the government sees something that moves, they tax it. If it keeps moving, they regulate it. If it stops moving, they subsidize it. This is, of course, a quote I take from a famous American president who took the opposite approach. But it is the approach that we're living with right now. What are the results of a government that interferes to block Canadians from building things for themselves and then tries to subsidize that very building after the fact? The result is that the cost of everything is rising. The cost of government is driving up the cost of living. The government has produced $500 billion of new money that bids up the goods we buy and the interest we pay. And now Canadians face the real threat of a mortgage meltdown when those rates rise further. We see this approach, though, played out again and again. For example, they block 2 pipelines, but then subsidize a third. It's not that they're against pipelines, Madam Speaker. It's just that they're in favor of only a pipeline that can be built with 30 billion tax dollars.
Exactly.
They block mines. They blocked all of the mines in Northern Ontario's Ring of Fire, and now they want to subsidize those very same mines.
Exactly.
They tax small businesses, and then they claim they're coming up with subsidies to bail out those very same small businesses for the cost that the government made them pay. They claim their carbon tax works like this. They'll take the money away and give it back, and somehow it'll be worth more than when it left. Madam Speaker, of course, we now know that everyday Canadians are paying more, vastly more, in these taxes than they get back in return. The experiment fails. Every 30 years or so it happens, and it's only allowed to happen because there's been enough time passing for people to forget its logical outcome.
Yes.
But the logical way out of it is to take exactly the opposite approach. Instead of taxing and blocking our industry and then subsidizing it, we should do Neither. We should have real, sensible, streamlined rules that allow us to protect our environment and public safety, but allow our entrepreneurs, investors, industrialists to get things done. And that's what we will do when I'm Prime Minister. Let's set some wonderful, ambitious goals. Why don't we make the goal that instead of being the second slowest in the OECD to grant a building permit, why can't we be the fastest place to grant a building permit anywhere in the OECD? Why can't we approve a mine or a small modular nuclear reactor in 2 or 3 years rather than in 25 years? What do we learn in years 23, 24, and 25 that we could not have learned in years 1, 2, and 3 of these projects? Why don't we incentivize our municipalities to do what some are trying their very best to do? For example, the mayor of Walkerton just streamlined and sped up the approval of housing so that he could bring 3 60-unit apartment blocks in several months. In the Great Squamish people of Vancouver, right inside the city, don't have to follow Vancouver's bureaucratic rules because they control their own land. They were able to speed up and approve 6,000 units of housing on 10 acres of land. That's 600 units of housing per acre. That's people who will now have homes because the Squamish know how to do what so many local government bureaucrats do not allow, which is to approve projects and get them built. It reminds me of the great Aubrey Moody, who was the mayor of Nepean. And Jack May went and saw him on a Sunday morning before he got to go to church and said, "I want to build a car dealership. I've got a piece of land." The next day, at the local town hall, the lawyers sat down with the engineers, they stamped and within 48 hours there was approval, and within 72 hours there was construction, and the car dealership is still standing safely there 70 years later. That's common sense. And in that way, we can build homes that people can afford, build businesses that pay higher paychecks, lower the burden of tax on the backs of the hardworking people, let them bring home more of their paychecks. That is the purpose of our government. It is to make Canada work for the people who do the work, by bringing home lower costs, by eliminating the carbon tax and the inflationary deficits, bringing home powerful paychecks with lower taxes that reward hard work, and by removing gatekeepers to build homes and to allow First Nations to develop their economies and our people to develop their own industry, bringing homes people can afford, by removing gatekeepers, freeing up land, speeding up permits to build, bringing homes, safe streets for our people, with consequences for repeat violent offenders, not by targeting our lawful firearms owners, and bringing home our freedom again by eliminating the censorship and the centralized control that this government has attempted to impose on the people. So in other words, when we say bring it home, it means using this House to bring home the power, the control, and the money back into the hands of the entrepreneur, the worker, the everyday, extraordinary people who know better than anyone in this room how to chart their own course and live their own lives. It's common sense. It's the common sense of the common people, united for our common home, your home, my home, our home. Let's bring it home.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, at least we always know when a Conservative is wrapping up their speech. It's a good cue there. I have a question for the Leader of the Opposition. You know, he's been very critical of this government and the government's responses to COVID and the various different measures that have been put in place. But I want to read to him what one of his predecessors, a previous leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, said. Brian Mulroney said that this Prime Minister and the Premiers, quote, conducted themselves as well as anybody else in the world in dealing with COVID. Something Mulroney called the greatest challenge that any Prime Minister has dealt with in Canada in 156 years. Mulroney said on NAFTA, they're laughing at Mulroney. Mulroney said on NAFTA that he saw firsthand how the Prime Minister made, quote, big decisions at crucial moments and won a significant victory for Canada. How can this leader of this Conservative Party differ so much from the leader of his party a few decades?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, we look at the record of this Prime Minister. He's doubled the cost of housing, doubled the cost of rent, mortgage payments, necessary down payments. He's massively increased lineups at our local food banks. 1.5 million people standing outside food banks every single month, lined up all around the street corners in cities like Toronto. We now see 100,000 British Columbians who face possible homelessness because of the increases in rent that this government's inflationary policies are helping to drive. These are new problems. 8 years ago, we did not have these problems. Housing was affordable. Canadians could afford to eat. There is no excuse for this failure, Madam Speaker. We have all the natural advantages. We live next to the most lucrative economy in the world. We have the most educated people in the world. We have 4 coasts. We can do it.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Métis Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Conservative leader for his speech and for having tabled this motion. The Bloc Quebecois is for the creation of a plan towards a balanced budget. When one governs, it is the least one can do. I agree that the government, or the Liberal Party, spends perhaps a bit too much, but more particularly they spend things poorly. We can't just go back to a balanced budget through magical means. We have to better invest, better spend, and the Bloc Québécois has proposals to make. We want to put an end to the reduction of purchasing power by helping seniors, for example, by making sure that health transfers are at the level that provinces are asking for. A true housing plan, social and affordable housing, EI that functions. Does he agree with these kinds of measures? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. I am very happy to hear that the member wants a balanced budget. I agree with that notion. I have identified a number of ideas to save money. For example, the Infrastructure Bank. It's a bank that has $35 billion in assets, but that hasn't been able to complete a single project. We also have consultant fees and expenditures that have skyrocketed, even if we have public servants that can do the same work. The government is buying back firearms. There is a lot of waste, and we will eliminate the waste and balance the budget to reduce inflation and interest rates.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And of course, it's not just a matter of talking about taxation when we talk about what affects the power of Canadians' paychecks, because outsized price increases by corporations also affect the power of Canadians' paychecks. We've seen record profits by grocery companies, by oil and gas companies, who are raising their prices far more than the increase in input costs that they've seen. Just today it was reported that the Canada Bread Company pleaded guilty to price fixing with Weston Foods in a scandal that goes back even before the pandemic, but we know Canadians are very concerned about unjustified price hikes during the pandemic that some economists have said is responsible for up to 25% of inflation. So why does the leader of the Conservative Party never address the question of corporate greed when he talks about inflation?
Great question. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, 30 seconds.
Well, this is the paradise that the NDP created, right? They're part of a coalition government during which all of these economic outrages he described have been able to flourish. There's no question that since the socialist policies of the NDP with the government have come in place, it actually has helped corporate profits, as it always does, contrary to the false narrative. In reality, when big government controls all the money, those with the political influence do the best. Those who pay the bills do the work. We want to put the money back in the hands of the hardworking people who earned it, not in the hands of the corporate oligarchs or the big government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte. The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Looking at me? Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor and privilege to follow and share my time with the future Prime Minister of Canada. When I was a little boy, my grandfather used to read...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising on a point of order.
On a point of order, I don't recall hearing the Leader of the Opposition indicate that he was sharing his time.
He did. The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, we'll start again, Madam Speaker. It's an honor and privilege to share my time with the future Prime Minister of Canada.
From the top.
When I was a little boy, my grandfather used to read to me a great Canadian poet, Robert Service. And the poem that he would read to us was the cremation of Sam McGee. There are strange things done in the midnight sun by the men who moil for gold. The Arctic trails have their secret tales that would make your blood run cold. The northern lights have seen queer sights, but the queerest they ever saw was the night on the marge of Lake Labarge where I cremated Sam McGee. But the greatest line from that whole poem was, "A promise made is a debt unpaid." When we said things are broken, Madam Speaker, what's broken the most are the promises to Canadians. Promises for a better life, a way to boost the ability and the affordability of the middle class and those that hope to join it. A promise for a better life in Canada with ample affordable rental and housing. A promise for a good paycheck. A promise for law and order. When we said things are broken, these promises were broken, Madam Speaker. And what was left and what are left are broken promises, which are empty promises, which are leaving Canadians only with empty wallets and the debt that is left unpaid. Canadians deserve better. They deserve the best, and this Liberal government has failed to deliver. It is our duty to effect change and to assure that our hard work in this House today ushers in a better tomorrow for all. The Liberals have stood for far too long with years of hopeful policy that has only led to empty promises and empty wallets for Canadians, especially in the middle class. With more than 8 million Canadians using food banks, it's plain to see that more people than ever before are finding themselves out of the middle class. Rising interest rates are hammering homeowners, renters, and businesses, as every increase takes more out of Canadians' paychecks and wallets and gives it back to the government. And as a business owner, I can tell you it's hard to watch. Milton Friedman said it best back in 1992, again, over 30 years ago, that although printing money causing deficits that leads to inflation has some immediate benefits that seem desirable in the short term, it can lead to harmful consequences in the long term. The good effects come first. It feels good. The bad effects only come later. There's a strong temptation to overdo it. But when you stop printing money, it's the opposite. The bad effects come first. The good effects only come later. It's hard to reverse, and it's addicting. After promising teeny tiny deficit spending before COVID, before the election in 2015, this government spent $100 billion prior to COVID-19 on deficits. They printed that money. And then after COVID, they printed $200 billion of non-COVID deficit inflationary spending. And then in this budget, after the finance minister promised to get the House in order, they're printing $63 billion in money that is substituted by, well, we're bringing it down to $43 million. Why? Because there's $2,400 of new taxes per middle class income family going back to those households. It's the invisible tax that's taking hold further. Inflation rates that have driven food prices up more than 10%. This invisible tax steals from Canadian incomes and it steals from Canadian wallets. We know the solution to inflation is to stop printing money and make more of the things that money buys. Creates powerful paychecks by creating more of the stuff that we need in Canada, the things that we are short of. Powerful paychecks that put more money into people's pockets. The complacency of this Liberal government has fostered an environment where our nation's doers and dreamers are forced into a playing field that is anything but level, and it is harder than ever to create those paychecks. Companies in Canada find it increasingly difficult to run in Canada because of increasing costs because of inflation, higher interest rates on their loans, and the complete inability to hire talent, workers that they need to make paychecks for their companies. We have red tape. You know, we can't get LNG to the ground. Our leader talked about this. We need faster building permits. A mine should take 2 and 3 years, not 25. Furthermore, we have big, bossy institutions that dominate our marketplaces with rules that protect them, not our small businesses, who again find it hard to grow. Although we have almost 1.2 million small medium enterprises in Canada, who make up 98% of all businesses in Canada, who employ 10.5 million people, or 54% of the workforce, monopolies run this country. In the game of monopoly, Canadians lose. You know, you pay $200 every time you pass go. Every time you roll the dice, the game of Monopoly, my kids hate this game, you land on TELUS or Rogers or Canada or Via Rail or InBev Beer or RBC or Bell Canada and MasterCard, and every time you lose. No one wins. The simplicity in bringing down prices is that it's about something very simplistic. It's about freedom. Freedom of choice by consumers in a free market dominated not by monopolies, but of a freedom of free and honest competition, of allowing and fostering our small and medium-sized enterprises to grow. Especially, the competitive set is anything but that in the Canadian telecommunications sector, where Canadians pay the highest cell phone rates on the planet. Wow. 3 times higher than the Australians, double what we do in the US and Europe. Is this competition? I think not. The landscape has been game to favor the monopolies, leaving consumers without choice. Without competition, these telcos don't have to earn your confidence in your hard-earned dollar. They just demand it. And you pay for it, as some of the highest prices in the world can be found in your bill every single month. And everyone in Canada has a cell phone. The Liberal government campaigned on lower bills and more choices. They said 25% lower. And today those empty provinces come with a significant price. Canadian telephone monopolies have suffocated startups and silent critics. If they can't beat you by only offering the prices they can do, they buy your competitors. They've bought more competitors to take them out of the market than anything else. We must fight for the freedom of choice for Canadians. We must create an environment that breeds competition in a fair and open market. We must fight to ensure that your hard-earned dollar is equal to the affordable and reliable service that we all deserve, because this Liberal Party's empty provinces just mean empty wallets. It's the same in all sectors. And the solution to see Canadian paychecks grow is to have Canadian businesses grow. Yeah. We need more homes. We need microchips. We need food. We need farms, and we need food processing. We need LNG. It's also about keeping Canadian IP in Canada. Did you know that Canadians invented peanut butter, the zipper, the skidoo, the sea-doo, this pacemaker, the Wonder Bra? All these inventions in the past decade, where are they? We dedicated billions in funding to R&D, which gets pilfered by our foes and allies. We've put millions into battery research in the east coast of Dalhousie, but who owns that battery research? Tesla. We put millions into the sidewalk labs at Google, and who owns that research? Google. We're paying still for research from Huawei in our Canadian colleges and universities. Who's paying for that? Canadian taxpayers. Right. Again, we have not been smart at all with where we're putting our investments. And when it comes to looking after Canadians' money, it's all about one thing only. It's about investing in Canadians' futures, and we have not been doing that. Here. Madam Speaker, people with good intentions make promises. It is only people with good character that keep them. These are promises made and a debt unpaid, leaving Canadians with the most debt owned by a generation before them. The moral of this story is don't make promises you don't intend to keep. But perhaps the real lesson here is promises made are only as strong as the person who gives them. When you cannot trust what someone is saying, you need to turn to a new voice. A Conservative government will be that voice, a voice for all Canadians at a time of need. As families struggle to make ends meet and sacrifice daily to put food on the table, the last thing they need are more empty promises. A Conservative government will rise above the unnecessary layers of bureaucracy that have stalled out and bringing about much-needed change. Action is what we offer. And bringing home paychecks to fill emptying wallets is what Canadians deserve. It's what the future deserves, and this future government will bring it home for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Health Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, over the last 3 decades, there have been 20 Conservative budgets introduced into this House. I'm wondering if the member knows how many of those 20 Conservative budgets actually were balanced or ran a surplus. The reason why I ask is because when he discovers that the answer is only 3, he must know that there's a reason for that. Why is it that between both Brian Mulroney and Stephen Harper, 20 budgets that were introduced into this House, only 3 ran a surplus or were balanced? Why is that?
Member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, Madam Speaker, then that's 3 more budgets than the Liberals have ever delivered for Canadians. The simple fact, Madam Speaker, is that whenever Conservatives get in, they tend to clean up the mess from the previous government. We saw a pattern here, and we talk about it every 30 years. We tend to learn those lessons. We saw that pattern after the current Prime Minister's father was in government. We're certainly seeing the pattern now. The whole premise, Madam Speaker, is that as Conservatives, as Canadians, we believe that the only people that we need to be listening to are Canadians. But when it comes to fixing this mess, it's going to be Canadians that also fix it. Powerful paychecks, businesses that get rid of red tape and see lower taxes so they can create new jobs. Workers who want to make a better paycheck and who want to work in those jobs, who want to make this country a better place. Conservatives are going to do that. We look forward to many balanced budgets in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Rivière-des-Millettes.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Millettes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Often, there's some situations presented in the motion presented by the Conservatives. The motion itself is interesting. When you read it, it asks for a plan, and the Bloc Quebecois agrees with that. The problem, and what's a little disappointing, is that the motion is stuck, or infused rather, with demagogy. When we talk about inflation, when we talk about interest rates, it's an international financial situation. This government is being criticized for so many things, but aspects of this are happening around the world. It would have been interesting if the content, if the premises had been more respectful of reality. The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
That's right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, there's a perfect correlation that the fact that all governments who ran greater deficits ended up with higher inflation. Right. And again, this is something that we don't hear bandied around anymore. We used to in the beginning was modern monetary theory. This whole new premonition that you could spend your way out of a pandemic, out of a major problem, that these budgets would balance themselves. The fact that there was a new thinking, although money's been around for thousands of years, that we could just keep spending and that there would be no consequences. Well, the consequences are here and they're very real, and Canadians see them every single day. This motion that we have is perfect because it does talk about going back to the table to return to balanced budgets, because we've identified so clearly, and Canadians know that budgets do not balance.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. It's always really interesting what kind of freedom Conservatives are willing to defend and whose freedom they won't defend. Today, the Conservatives shouted down a motion to protect kids. We had a 9-year-old girl threatened and attacked for having a pixie cut, and yet they won't stand up to protect. We have the member for Edmonton, or for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, who invited an MP from Uganda who voted for the death penalty for LGBTQ people. Voted to the death penalty to kill people because of their sexual orientation. And in the desperation to hold back Maxime Bernier, the member in Stornoway was sending out pamphlets attacking the rights of gay people. I'd like to ask my honourable member why this government or this opposition continues to undermine the rights of queer people, LGBTQ people, trans people, and give them the freedom that they have a right to live their lives in dignity.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and we stand up for all those people. I think the simple premise, though, is this party over here is supporting a government that is failing Canadians in every single aspect of their lives right now. Their homes that they can't afford, rental that they can't afford, in terms of looking at every time a single mother goes and tries to fill up her car or pay for rent or get groceries. This party is holding up this government right now and not solving any of those problems. Madam Speaker, we're the only party in this House right now standing up for Canadians, standing up for their rights, standing up for their futures, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member for Kingston and the Islands. It's a pleasure to rise to discuss Canada's current fiscal position, our independent monetary policy, the current economic context, the 2023 budget, as well as to highlight a number of measures that are making life more affordable for Canadians while building a sustainable economy that works well for all Canadians, Madam Speaker. This week, the International Monetary Fund reaffirmed that Canada not only enjoys the lowest deficit in the G7, but that this advantage continues for each and every year through the projected horizon. They said, and I quote, that Canada is a strong fiscal performer. With an enviable job market and a strong labour participation rate, which has been bolstered by the government's investment in a Canada-wide early learning childcare system. The IMF went on to note the resilience of Canada's financial system in the face of recent global financial challenges, pointing specifically to Canada's robust regulatory framework and contingency tools to safeguard federally regulated financial institutions, as well as insurance deposits. The IMF also praised Canada's progress in strengthening our anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing frameworks. They also noted our government's efforts to increase housing supply and to address housing affordability challenges, including the Housing Accelerator Fund, which provides incentives for municipalities to bolster the housing supply even further. At the end of March, our government released Budget 2023, our Made in Canada plan for a strong middle class, an affordable economy, and a healthy future. It comes at an important moment for our economy. As we have seen, Canada's economy has made a remarkable recovery from the COVID recession. There are 890,000 more Canadians working today than when COVID first began. And in the first 4 months of 2023 alone, the Canadian economy has added nearly 250,000 jobs. We now have recovered 128% of jobs lost during the first few months of the pandemic, while the United States has only recovered 117%. Universal childcare has increased our labour participation rate for Canadian women to a record high of 85.7%, showing the success of that policy, Madam Speaker. And our unemployment rate remains close to all-time historic lows. Global inflation, while it is still too high, has fallen in Canada from its peak of 8.1% last June to 4.4% last month, and the Bank of Canada predicts that it will be 3% by this summer and 2% by the end of 2024. Canada's inflation rate also remains below that of our economic peers. Inflation in the UK is almost double at 8.7%. The OECD averages at 7.4%, the EU is at 6.1%, and the G7 is at 5.4%. So you can see at 4.4%, we're well below those. Since February, the average wage for Canadians have grown by more than 5%, meaning that paychecks are now outpacing inflation, which means more money in Canadians' pockets after a hard day's work. Canada has the strongest economic growth in the G7 over the course of 2022, and that is projected to continue through until 2024. In April, S&P reiterated our AAA credit rating, and we have the lowest deficit and the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Lower also than the other major AAA-rated economies such as the Netherlands and such as Australia. It is this remarkably strong economic foundation that underpinned the investments that we made in our 2023 budget. Unlike the Conservatives, we believe our commitment to invest $196 billion to improve Canada's healthcare system over the next 10 years is a prudent investment to make, especially in the context where we are exiting the greatest global health emergency that we've faced in more than 100 years. We also think it's prudent to invest in fighting climate change and to develop the net zero technologies that our world will demand as we continue to confront the increasing costs of previous inaction on reducing emissions. If investments in healthcare and clean economy are the first two pillars of this year's budget, the third is our government's focus on affordability. Let's not forget that our government reduced our debt to GDP ratio every single year before the pandemic. This allowed us to support Canadians and Canadian businesses through the pandemic, and is what allows us to invest in making life more affordable for Canadians today. While inflation is coming down, I think we can all agree that it is still too high, and that it is making it difficult for many Canadians to make ends meet and to put nutritious food on the table. That's why Budget 2023 introduced a grocery benefit that will help support 11 million Canadian families, including more than 50% of seniors. This will be delivered by check or by direct deposit on July 5th, so Canadians should watch out for that over the next 2 weeks. We also secured a deal to reduce interchange fees for credit card accepting businesses. This will save small businesses more than $1 billion over the next 5 years. At the same time, we are looking to reduce additional fees and charges for Canadians. This includes on their cell phone bills, at events and concert fees, excessive baggage fees, and unjustified shipping and freight costs. We are also cracking down on predatory lending. We are reducing the criminal interest rate from 47% to 35%, and we are imposing a cap on payday loans. We are also supporting low-income Canadians by introducing automatic tax filing so that individuals can get access to the benefits that they are entitled to. For some families, this will mean tens of thousands of dollars for which they might not otherwise receive. Students are receiving better access to student loans and increased student grants, and the average student is likely to save $3,000 as a result of our government eliminating interest on student loans. This will help young workers and apprentices get the start they need when they are looking to first enter the workforce. I haven't even mentioned dental care, which will benefit 9 million Canadians, as well as our investment in creating high-paying, sustainable jobs that will benefit generations to come. And these investments build on significant investments that our government has made to support Canadians since being first elected in 2015. Childcare costs, for example, have been reduced by 50%, with $10 a day childcare on track to be fully implemented by 2026. Childcare on its own used to be the same amount as a mortgage payment. A family with 2 children is now saving over $20,000 a year in many cases. We've increased old age security and have worked with premiers to increase the average value of pension payments going forward. We have reduced taxes for the middle class and by increasing them on the top 1%, and we've also increased the amount that everyone can earn before paying any federal income tax at all. We've also reduced taxes for small businesses not once, but twice. And of course, let's not forget the Canada Child Benefit. This benefit, like many of the programs I've already referred to, is indexed to inflation, supports more than 3.5 million families. This means that as the cost of living rises, so will the benefit that Canadian families will receive. On its own, the Canada Child Benefit has helped lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, and combined, these measures have lifted more than 2.7 million Canadians out of poverty, demonstrating that Canada's first poverty reduction strategy is having a significant impact. Finally, our enhanced workers benefit is supporting 4.2 million Canadian workers with higher paychecks, and we've assured for the first time that our investment incentives include measures to support workers with fair wages and benefits. All of this together is happening because we believe that confident countries like Canada do well when they invest in themselves and when we invest in our people. These are challenging times, but Canada is in an enviable position to be able to support those Canadians who need it the most in a responsible and targeted way while ensuring that global inflation continues to decline in Canada. At the same time, we are securing healthcare and retirement security for the next generation while creating high-paying, sustainable jobs for this generation. Madam Speaker, there is obviously more work to do. More work to do on housing, more work to do on climate change, more work to do on affordability. Canadians are up to this challenge, Madam Speaker, and we are well positioned as a country to address them. I hope that all members of this House will work together to bring forward the best Canadian ideas from right across the country, and that we will work to implement those ideas and positive solutions through the fall and through to Budget 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have a question about managing taxpayer money and the public finances. It's 7 months ago, the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister issued a financial update, a fiscal update, where she said that we had to rein in spending and manage deficits because deficits cause inflation. And now, 7 months later, they've completely changed their tune. Apparently, the Liberals are content to keep running deficits. So what's the explanation? How is it that 7 months ago, the finance minister was saying that spending had to be reined in and deficits had to be controlled, and now it's just the opposite? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Another opportunity to address Canada's current fiscal situation. Madam Speaker, we have the lowest deficit in the G7. We have the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. That's what allowed us to focus our investments in this budget on securing healthcare, $196 billion invested over the next 10 years, investing in the future with sustainable jobs through investing in the clean economy, and then, of course, investing in affordability. There is global inflation, and while inflation in Canada has come down from 8.1 to 4.4% and is now likely to hit 3% as forecasted by the Bank of Canada by the summer, 2% by next year. We need to make sure that Canadians who need our support are receiving that support. So we have invested very targeted measures to make sure that the most vulnerable Canadians who need it the most get that support through this hard time, while positioning Canada as a country as a whole to thrive going forward.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my neighbour, actually, for the speech. We share a border. And today in our local newspaper, one of the headlines were that rents are unaffordable for 40% of Coquitlam renters. And Madam Speaker, while the Conservatives continue to try to deny children dental care, the NDP is working on solutions to get people in homes and stay in homes. So one of the things that's happening in BC, Madam Speaker, through you to the honourable member, is a housing acquisition fund. The BC government has put forward a housing acquisition fund that would allow the province to be able to work with not-for-profits and co-op housing to maintain housing in our communities. And I just wonder if the member would talk about whether or not this federal government is going to come forward with a housing acquisition fund, as been requested over and over again from the member from Vancouver East.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to start by thanking the member for her petition today. It's an issue that I've spent a lot of time on as well, and I expect that our issues are similar because we are neighbours. I also want to thank her for bringing up investments in housing. I had an opportunity to meet with mayors and councillors from across British Columbia at the UBCM Housing Summit, where we were all working together to find solutions to make rents more affordable, to make housing more affordable. And part of the discussion there was reviewing what the federal government had done. We have to remember the federal government had been essentially out of housing for almost 30 years. That was until we created the National Housing Strategy, an investment bank of over $40 billion or $80 billion going to a number of different things. That particular summit gave me the opportunity to review how that money's been invested. 39% of it has been invested in projects across the country. 61% is still unallocated. The investments in British Columbia on its own in the last 6 years is already more funding than the BC government has suggested that they will put forward over the next 10 years, and we're continuing to invest on top of that. So BC is a good partner. BC municipalities are a good partner, but we can only get affordable housing if the federal government, the provincial government, municipal governments, and Indigenous governments all work together, and that's exactly what I propose we all do.
Commentaires, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlwood, St. James, and Assiniboia Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very short.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for his question. I noted that when he was talking about the IMF, he was cherry-picking points from the IMF's report that strengthened his case. But there's also, I have a chart in front of me, housing market risk indicators. It says economies with high household debt and more floating rate loans have greater exposure to higher mortgage payments with heightened risk defaults. And it lists a number of countries. And you know which country is rated as the highest risk of all of them, Madam Speaker? It's Canada. I wonder if the member could explain why.
Answer from the Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, it's a hard question to answer briefly, but I will say this. I think that it's good to bring up the stress test measures that were brought up in 2018. We had historically low interest rates. We were concerned that Canadians might not be able to afford their mortgage payments if there was a sudden increase from historically low rates. We put that in place. What was the Conservative response? Not only did they speak against the stress test, but they actually suggested in that election that came after that we should extend amortization rates. So they wanted Canadians to take on more debt, and they wanted to, in that action, increase housing prices at the same time.
Exactly. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to the opposition motion that has been put before the House. I will start by saying that I'm, concerned about the rhetoric in the preamble. The motion in the resolve clause is fairly short. Talks about a balanced budget and committing to a balanced budget immediately. And I found it very interesting because I asked the member from Bay of Quinte how many times Conservatives introduced balanced budgets in this House. And, you know, I even gave him the answer, and it was 3 times in the last 30 years that Conservative budgets have been introduced into this House under both Brian Mulroney and Stephen Harper. There were a grand total out of 20 budgets introduced. 3, Madam Speaker. 3. Do you know when those came, Madam Speaker? The first came in 2006/2007. That was on the heels of Paul Martin's surpluses, which had a surplus of 13%. Stephen Harper axed that the next year, and in 2007-2008, the surplus was only 9.6%. And then after that, he started to run deficits immediately. So he blew away that surplus that Paul Martin had left for him and started running deficits immediately. Then, of course, there is the famous balancing of the budget in 2014-2015 when Stephen Harper slashed veteran services, sold off GM shares at bargain prices, just so he could get himself to a position on paper that he was bringing in a surplus, because he felt he needed to do that to solidify his base that was demanding it. But I think that rather than dwell on the fact that Conservatives have done this historically, at least in recent history, I think we've got to ask ourselves why. Why do governments run deficits? You know, there's 2 reasons. You can run a deficit, one, because you're expecting the taxpayer to pay more and to make up that deficit, and you plan to charge or to tax them more. Or 2, you're doing it because you're investing. And the whole idea behind investing is assuming you're going to get something in return for that investment. So when governments are running deficits to invest in Canadians, they're doing it with the expectation that something is going to come out on the other end, growing the economy, Madam Speaker. When we grow our economy, you know, people are better off. There's more wealth in our economy. What about population growth, Madam Speaker? You know, we're growing at historic rates. We're just past 40 million people in Canada. When we continue to grow in such a fashion, we need to make new investments. But we're seeing it on the other side through the growth. And that's why we're continually rated in Canada to have one of the best credit ratings in the world in the developed world. That's why we have such a low debt to GDP ratio. And that's what people really need to focus on. I know that it's not intuitive for people to want to focus on that. I know that Canadians, especially when you are managing a household budget, you can't look at it the same way. But the reality is that you've got to look at our debt as a relation to our GDP. And as our GDP continues to grow, if we are spending more than, if we're spending less than that growth, we have a net benefit in the end of the day. And that's essentially, Madam Speaker, what we see when we bring forward these budgets that are about investing in Canadians. And quite frankly, that's something that Brian Mulroney understood. And it's something that Stephen Harper understood. It's something that former Liberals, Paul Martin and Jean Chrétien, understood. They understood that if you invest in Canadians, and you actually use the money to invest in Canadians when running those deficits, you will get to a place eventually where Paul Martin got to, with a 13% surplus. And then the following year after that as well. You will get to those places naturally. That may have been a $13 billion surplus. I might have the number. Thank you for looking at me oddly there, Madam Speaker, to correct myself. But the point is that you can get to that place by investing in Canadians, because you see the economic growth, you see the opportunities, you see people being better off, you see the debt to GDP ratios, you see the debt specifically as it relates to per capita, lowest amongst the G7, as we're hearing. Now, there is one thing that we should be concerned about, Madam Speaker. There is one thing that we should be concerned about, and I rightfully share it with so many other people, is the debt level that each household is experiencing right now in Canada. But we've got to ask ourselves why. Why is that? You know, is there something unique about Canada and our spending habits that puts us in that position? It has a lot to do, Madam Speaker, I would suggest, with the age of our population. In the G7, Canada has one of the youngest populations. These are people who are buying new homes, who are investing for the first time. These are people who don't have the retirement savings that other G7 countries have. Now, am I excusing anything? No, I'm not. I'm saying that we do have to be mindful of this, and we do have to be vigilant in the approach and ensuring that Canadians don't put themselves into a situation that they don't want to be into. But I stress that there is a reason for the circumstances that we're in. But regardless of all of this, Canada still puts itself in a position of being amongst the best in the G7 as it relates to the lowest debt to GDP ratio and the lowest deficit to GDP ratio. And I think that it's very important, Madam Speaker, that as we reflect on this, we consider this. How much time do I have, Madam Speaker? 3 minutes. So, I do, you know, I've brought this up on a number of occasions recently, and I want to talk about it again. And these are the recent comments made by former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney in regards to the job that this government has been doing. Like, I haven't even heard, and I mean no disrespect to any living Liberal Prime Ministers, but I haven't even heard a former Liberal Prime Minister speak this highly of the current government, where Brian Mulroney says, I have learned over the years that history is unconcerned with the trivia and trash rumors and gossip floating around Parliament Hill. History is only concerned with the big ticket items that have shaped the future of Canada. He said that the current Prime Minister and the Premiers, quote, conducted themselves as well as anybody else in the world in dealing with COVID, something that Mulroney called, quote, the greatest challenge that any Prime Minister has dealt with in 156 years, on NAFTA specifically. And we've heard Conservatives tell us many times in the past how we failed the country on NAFTA. Well, here, the architect of NAFTA, the Prime Minister who was at the lead at the time, who negotiated the original NAFTA deal, here's what he had to say about the job that this government did. On NAFTA, Mulroney said that he saw firsthand how the current Prime Minister made, quote, big decisions at crucial moments and won, quote, a significant victory for Canada, end quote. He said, quote, it's due to the leadership that we saw from the Government of Canada. That's Brian Mulroney, a former Conservative Prime Minister, absolutely praising the work that this government did in relation to keeping our economy in a good position when we had to renegotiate NAFTA, despite, you know, I remember the leader from Regina Capel at the time standing up in question period, demanding the government capitulate to Donald Trump's demands, but we didn't. The government stood firm. Our finance minister negotiated this, and we got a better deal at the end of the day. Brian Mulroney will even tell you that. And then also, you know, when you know, we look at the various other things that have occurred. So I know that my time is running to an end, Madam Speaker. I think that once again, you know, we have an opposition motion in front of us that is, you know, troubling to you know, I'm getting tired of challenging them day in and day out. But here we are, the last one. Hopefully when we return in the fall, we'll have motions with perhaps a little more substantive measures to it than what we're currently seeing now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member was discussing the population growth to 40 million. In my riding, we have close to 60,000 people without a family doctor, and a problem we've never had before, which is homelessness. I'm wondering how his government can call that a success when they're not balancing the needs of the newcomers and existing population to the inflow. They've got to regulate it. And how do they plan to do this so that when the newcomers arrive in Canada, they do have what they're expecting, a place to live and a way to be cared for health-wise?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I assure the member that homelessness did and always has existed in her riding, and it's nothing new now. Maybe she's just realizing it now, but I assure her that homelessness to her riding is most likely something that is not unique. What I would say, Madam Speaker, is that we have an obligation to support Canadians in the best way that we can. And we've seen the various different measures that have come forward, whether it's the grocery rebate, whether it's a housing top-up, whether it's the, child care, like the countless number of measures that we've brought into this place to help Canadians. Like the member, I hope the member realizes that her her motion that the Conservatives put forward today calls on us to balance the budget, which means that a number of those measures would have to be eliminated. The Conservatives have yet to tell us which those would be, but I certainly would like to know, because I'm sure that would impact those that are homeless in her community.
The Honourable Member for Juliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. If we have a skilled worker who wants to Quebec, well, you have to wait for 20 months. If you need a passport, you have to camp out in front of Service Canada for hours, because that's probably what you're going to be doing over your holidays. If you receive your passport, well, if the company decides to cancel your flight, well, it takes you a year and a half before receiving compensation. Have you lost your job? Do you want EI? Have you paid into it? Well, I hope you're patient, because it'll take about 6 months to get the money. This government isn't a champion when it comes to serving the population. Will this summer's work finally change things? We give a lot of latitude when it comes to the questions. It's a bit out of left field, but the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Idea what that had to do with this motion that we're debating today, Madam Speaker? That sounded more like just a Bloc Quebecois list of grievances that they wanted to express to the House. But listen, what I can tell you, Madam Speaker, is that we are committed to helping Canadians where they need those supports. It's why we've rolled out countless measures in the last number of months and years, and why we will continue to do that.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've seen many, many extraordinary stunts in this House. Perhaps one of the most spectacular was the member in Stornoway, who's benefited from 20 years of free dental care and now has a 19-room mansion paid for by the taxpayer and chefs and groundskeepers, who came into the House and said he was going to stand and speak until the budget was changed. And then he ran out of gas 3 hours later. And now they want us to stay into the late night until the budget is changed, all to deny children and seniors dental care. I want to ask my honourable colleague, because he's been accused of rhetorical hot air at times, but I would say maybe it's just elevated temperature and talk, why he thinks that the member for Stornoway couldn't sustain himself in his attack on dental care for seniors, that he ran out of speed after a mere 3 hours. What does that say about his ability to drive the Conservative agenda anywhere except maybe into the ruts?
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, it's an excellent question, Madam Speaker, because the member from Carleton, the Leader of the Opposition, came into this House and said he sent out fundraising emails saying, I will filibuster forever until I get what I want. And then he came in here, he talked for about 3.5 hours, and that was it. I've actually seen him filibuster for closer to 20 hours since I've been in this House. So, I mean, to me, it just says that the member from Carleton is really losing steam. He doesn't have that spunk that he used to have, and I think that, this is really going to translate into how he's able to sympathize.
Debate. Reprise du débat,
The Honourable Member for Juliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleagues are applauding me because I would like to announce that I will be sharing my time with the member for La Prairie, who is also my most esteemed leader. Madam Speaker, populism is offering simplistic solutions to complex problems in order to appease the most primitive instincts of the population. Today's motion is a good example. After painting a fair picture of inflation, household debt, and the housing crisis, the Conservatives simply state that the solution is to eliminate deficits. And then we're to guess that by magic, house prices will magically fall and households will be less in debt. But that's populist rhetoric. Rhetoric aside, the motion asks only one thing, and I quote, "This House calls on the government to table a plan to return to a balanced budget." That's what we're voting on today, just that, and the Bloc Quebecois supports it unreservedly. To govern is to plan. Presenting a plan to return to balance is the least we can do. If the motion asked us to endorse the Conservatives' or Liberals' rhetoric, the Bloc Quebecois would vote against in both cases. Canada is in a bad way right now. On the one hand, a spendthrift Prime Minister who spends lavishly on wall-to-wall programs designed to push his ideology rather than meet immediate and real needs, including in areas that do not lie in the federal jurisdiction. On the other, a populist and somewhat mean-spirited Conservative leader who proposes nothing except to get rid of the Liberals, whose slogans serve as economic policy and whose vision of the economy and the environment is firmly stuck in the 20th century, the century of oil. Between the two, there's the Bloc Québécois, which proposes something concrete. Flexible programs targeted at the real needs of the population, much less costly and more effective than the current wall-to-wall approach. To put order in how the federal government operates with the aim of ending waste and the chronic inability to manage things properly. That's a link with my question. An end to interference with a government that stays in its jurisdiction and its job there, rather than piling on initiatives in areas that are not its responsibility. An end to support for oil companies and a focus on programs specifically aimed at the transition to renewable energy, rather than remaining locked in the 20th century of oil. A federal government that stops spreading itself too thinly and concentrates on its core missions that are as follows: stopping the erosion of purchasing power, particularly for seniors, providing health transfers at a level that ensures the sustainability of public services, a Marshall Plan to build social and community housing, employment insurance that actually works. In short, a genuine plan to return to balance that strengthens the essential missions of government and avoids the all-out austerity that could plunge us into recession. A plan to return to a balanced budget is all the more necessary as the government is multiplying initiatives in areas that do not fall within its remit, causing tension, confusion, and costly duplication. A study by the Centre of Excellence on the Canadian Federation, a research group at the Institute for Research on Public Policy, analysed federal spending since 2015 and came to this devastating conclusion on the 7th of June. And I quote, "The current Liberal government has used federal funds to get the provinces to commit to its own social policy priorities. The current trend is towards a more directive and less collaborative use of spending powers. Partnership seems to be conditional upon the province's acceptance of the federal government's political vision." End of quote. A plan to return to balance is also a way of putting an end to federal paternalism, which uses its spending to impose its own policy choices on Quebec. And then there's mismanagement. As soon as Ottawa touches something, it costs all of a sudden too much. Think of the gun registry fiasco. $2 billion to maintain a simple list. At that price, Quebec couldn't afford to keep a vehicle license plate register. The cost of managing an employment insurance file is 2.5 times higher than the cost of managing a social assistance file. The cost of managing a passport file in Ottawa is 4 times higher than the cost of a driver's license in Quebec. This is another effect of the fiscal imbalance. Since Ottawa collects more taxes than it needs to meet its responsibilities, it doesn't need to manage this money well. For the Bloc Québécois, a plan to return to balance means an end to waste. There is a way to introduce a little rigour in government management, and it is this rigour that will make it possible to avoid the austerity to which the Conservatives are now inviting us in their speeches. Madam Speaker, historically, the biggest factor in price instability has been oil prices. In that respect, the best way to guard against it is to move on from oil as quickly as possible. Already, 98% of Quebec's electricity comes from renewable sources and is insensitive to hydrocarbon prices. Oil and gas account for only 13% of residential energy consumption. The rest is electricity or firewood. These are all energy sources that are not affected by the price of hydrocarbons. The Quebec car fleet is the most electrified in Canada. The network of charging stations in Quebec is the most developed. The price gap between electric and gas vehicles is constantly narrowing. The sale of gas-powered personal vehicles will be banned in Quebec from 2035. We need to accelerate this shift. The best and cheapest way to do this is to redirect the money currently spent on modernizing the oil industry towards clean energy. In the post-oil world, Quebec has everything it takes to be the most prosperous society on the planet. Since the government has taken absolutely no budgetary legislative measure to tackle the sources of inflation, it is incumbent upon the Bank of Canada to act with the monetary tool at its disposal, raising interest rates. But there are things, however, that the government could have done. The government could have increased old age security. The government only did this for people over 75, leaving those aged 65 to 74 out in the cold. We know the net pension replacement rate, according to OECD estimates, was 50.7% of pre-retirement income in Canada in 2018. In other words, the transition to retirement represents a major drop in the average standard of living for Canadians. Now, the average net replacement rate for pensions in the OECD is 57.6%. The European Union average is 63%. Canada fares poorly in this respect, lagging far behind Italy, India, France, and Denmark. We are barely better than the United States, where inequality levels are exploding. So we need to take action. Seniors here need better protection of their standard of living. To reduce the pressure on housing prices, increase the supply of social and community housing. Current funding does not allow us to make up for 2 decades of underfunding and the resulting shortage. To limit the rise in the price of consumer goods, we must improve competition laws. Last December, the Governor of the Bank of Canada told the Finance Committee that the concentration of the large food retailing sector and the lack of competition had allowed prices to rise as they have done, and that this had led to a significant increase in profits on the back of consumers. The competition regime needs to be reformed, in particular to slow down the trend towards concentration and the abuse of dominant positions that naturally follows. Faced with household debt, we need to regulate credit card fees, which are the most costly form of debt for households with high levels of debt. The government's announcement in the last budget that it was trusting issuers to establish and maintain reasonable fees is insufficient, woefully insufficient. Faced with difficulties in supply chains, we need to make it easier to increase local production. We need to support productivity-enhancing investments to counter the negative impact of rising interest rates on investment in production equipment. We need to tackle the labour shortage that prevents production from adjusting to demand. In particular, encourage the retention of older workers by ceasing to penalise them on their GIS and facilitate the use of temporary foreign workers in occupations in demand by transferring its management to Quebec City, which is already carrying out the impact studies that the federal government is currently requesting of contractors. These are all measures that the government could take to tackle both the source and the effects of inflation. Finally, Madam Speaker, let us not forget the importance of taking a serious stand against the use of tax havens by major banks, multinationals, web giants, and the very wealthy. It is high time to outlaw this most unfair of privileges. We must outlaw that which is immoral. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Charlotte St. James's, Ste-Marie Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from the Bloc for an excellent speech, and I also want to say I enjoy working with him very much on the Finance Committee. I find him to be an articulate and thoughtful member of the committee. Our motion is basically to call on the government to balance budgets, and I will note that in the 2015 campaign, the Prime Minister promised he would balance the budget by 2019, and just recently in the fall economic statement, they had projected a surplus in the 27-28 year, which they quickly reneged on in this budget on March 28th. I'm wondering if the member could share his thoughts on how anyone can believe anything this government says when it comes to balancing budgets.
The Honourable Member for Juliet. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A few years ago, there was the pandemic and a closure of our economy. This chamber was unanimous in stating that we need protection measures, and that comes at the cost of serious debt. We had a consensus with this emergency. Since, however, expenses have continued, and that's concerning. What concerns us particularly at the Bloc Quebecois is federal interference in provincial matters. That is completely out of place. And Madam Speaker, I would also like to commend my colleague, with whom it's an absolute pleasure to work in a constructive way at the Finance Committee. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a lot of respect for our colleague.
We're on the Finance Committee together, and he's been an excellent colleague.
On this question, Madam Speaker, what is my colleague's opinion?
Balancing of the budget. Does the Bloc Québécois believe in a balanced budget, and what would it do to get to that point if it does indeed believe in balancing?
The Honourable Member for Juliet. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank and commend the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of National Revenue. It was a pleasure and a privilege to work with him at the Committee for Finance, and he does excellent work in his new job. In the motion, now we don't agree with all the given that's. It's all fallacious. But at the very end, it asked the government to table a plan to return to balanced budgets without a date. That is good. To govern is to put forward forecasts, and so we need transparency. My honourable colleague, a couple of options from my honourable colleague, because he works with national revenue, fighting against the use of tax havens. There's a lot of money lost there. That would allow us to return to a balanced budget, for example. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Edmonton at Strathcona.
Strathcona. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for the speech. It was a very interesting one for me. The Oil Society in Alberta is seeing record profits. They've had to fire workers. 4,000 workers have been fired this year. To balance the budget, can we go through eliminating the oil sector and adding a tax on windfall?
Bravo.
Oui.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Juliet. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her question asked in French. Congratulations. Now, the issue is wanting to remain in the 20th century with the 20th century economy of oil. The money that is to support the oil industry has to be invested in transition. In a transition, we can't abandon Alberta workers. We have to reorient them towards fields of tomorrow. And the support that we can invest, which is part of the $80 billion, if that was used intelligently, invested intelligently to develop tomorrow's economy with the skill of Albertan workers, then we would be able to succeed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat,
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, I have to follow up on the excellent speech from my honourable colleague who spoiled the ending. We will be for this motion. He did elaborate on the matter. Some of the given that's aren't to our liking, but the government seeks, the House called upon the government to table a plan to return to balanced budgets. Interest rates are very complicated, so let's simplify all by calling it populism. But things are not as easy as they seem, as simple as they seem. Why do we have inflation? People say there's inflation because governments are spending too much. Watch out. There's inflation if the government spends and if the government creates deficits. So, deficits are inflationist. Not necessarily, Madam Speaker. In economy, they call that the eviction effect. Sometimes government deficits won't create inflation because it creates an effect that means that consumers will save their money, will squirrel it aside in order to fill the issues of deficits. This may have, however, an effect on interest rates. Why do I say this, Madam Speaker? Because it's not that easy to understand. We could talk about economic theory for years. There's Keynesianism, which is different to a neoliberal point of view, etc., etc., etc. We have to be careful when simplistic analyses are done, because then we risk missing solutions. Is it the government of Canada that is responsible for inflation throughout the world? Did they go on an electric scooter around the world saying, here, deficit for you, you get a deficit, you get a deficit, you get a deficit? Is that how things worked? No, not at all. Yes, Madam Speaker, big news, simply presented, is not because of the government. There was a pandemic throughout the world and governments had to spend at historic levels. I'd never seen that before. They were spending. They were just making it rain, making it rain, making it rain. That's the reality of the matter.
It was an extraordinary situation, and we needed to use solutions that we thought were the best at the time. That's why there's inflation, Madam Speaker. It went up to 6.8% in 2022. It went down to 4.4% in June 2023. So there was inflation caused mostly by a pandemic. There are economists who are experts in monetary policy, and they said that there's inflation because when you print money, and so when you have more of a thing, it's worth less. That means that it led to inflation. That's an accepted economic theory. That's why those who found solutions to Canada's inflation, it's called the Bank of Canada. And the leader of the opposition thinks that the Bank of Canada goes and throughout the night to scare people. The Bank of Canada is one of the most recognized in the world. You go abroad, you go to universities and talk about the Bank of Canada, and they applaud you for half an hour. So much so that they took a governor for the Bank of Canada and the English said, we want him. A bit like Bédard in hockey. We want him. They came to get him. If you want something done well, go and read a review of the Bank of Canada. It's well done. And when you go through Economic Studies University, often economists go and work at the Bank of Canada. Except for me, I was in the bathroom when they showed up to come get us. They make sense. It's a bank that is renowned. The only way to fight inflation effectively for the Bank of Canada is to work on interest rates. In 1991, it was the second bank after New Zealand that said, we're going to apply a variation of interest rates to bring inflation down to 1 to 3%, and it worked well into the pandemic. We were a model for the whole world. Eventually, they had to raise interest rates, and it was a little complicated because when you work with monetary policy and you work on interest rates, it can take 6 to 8 months before there's an impact, and it can take up to 24 months to have an effect on inflation. So it takes a while. That's the reality. It's not easy. I could always say, let's go have a drink. It doesn't matter. It's the Bank of Canada that manages inflation. Just a minute, Uncle Tom. It's not true. The government can actually do something. The government can make policies that are well-founded. If salaries are very high and it's hard to find workers, then maybe we could go find workers by telling people who are older, if you want to go back to work, you'll get tax exemptions. It's not complicated. Some guy with glasses and a keyboard can fix that. You can, but for the government, no, it's the stick. Between 65 and 75, you get penalized for going to work. That's not how you create jobs. That's not how you help them go back to work. And housing. We lack housing. We need to offer more housing. The government has to invest in that. That's what fighting inflation in a smart way looks like. Maybe we should do something besides supporting the way we've done things before. For instance, we've been supporting oil. We need to shift our focus. When it comes to workers, we need to make sure they're well paid. And if they consume more, in some cases, that means there's a lot of it out there and value goes down. I didn't explain why we're in favor of this. So, asking the government to table a balanced budget. 2 reasons. Imposing a certain amount of rigor, not austerity, so that this government stops wasting money and tramples all over provincial jurisdictions. Stop giving money to oil companies when they shouldn't be doing so. They need to get smarter about how they spend. It's not a matter of austerity. And they should not be doing that on the backs of Quebec and the provinces, because that affects population's services. So they can't do it that way. They can say, oh, we'll create a balanced budget and we'll do like in the Chrétien-Martin era and we'll cut for the provinces. They can't do that because there's something that we call fiscal imbalance, which proves that Quebec and the provinces pay in and the money's all in Ottawa. So even they were to change nothing, they have so much money coming into Ottawa that in 40 years, aside from not having a deficit, they wouldn't have a debt. There are provinces that wouldn't be solvent. So, somewhere, there's a problem. They're saying, oh, you're presenting a plan to go back to balanced books. Oh, that's great. That's not austerity. There's no reason for it to be about austerity for the reasons that I just gave you. This government needs to be more responsible in the way that it spends money. We can't say that it's an example. We've seen it. When coming back after COVID, we can't say that they were rigorous and smart in their choices when it came to spending. I talked about the things they could have done in order to stop, and we talked about this earlier, the way the government produces in terms of services. There's a lot of room for improvement there. But to impose a plan would make this government act more seriously, less frivolous, less happy-go-lucky. We're asking for them to deal with a certain amount of money in their hands and make smart decisions because they're the ones who are funding the most important services to the population. We need to be more preventive when it comes to inflation. That is eating up people's purchasing power. This government, as I said, needs to have targeted, smart expenditures intended to protect people. The GST tax credit was good, but they also have to fight inflation intelligently and not through populist means. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I savoured my colleague for La Prairie's speech. As a teacher, he must be quite popular with his students. I can only agree with this economist, and I would like to know what the opposition parties aren't understanding. Because it's June, we spent spring being told that we're the ones who are wrong. I'd like to hear my colleague explain to me what is the reasoning behind the government's attitude when it insists that its plan works well. And when we look around the world, I think Canada is not doing well. I'd like to hear my colleague on that. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Listen, I think, and I'm not throwing any stones here, I'm just answering a question. I think this government is short-sighted. We saw it with foreign interference. It's not always easy to have an ideal trajectory. And it's what we're suing in the policies that they're adopting. They always want something that's easy, something they can explain easily. Giving money, giving tax credits, it's easy. People want it. It's the old way of doing things. But when I talk about potential solutions, such as going to get people who are retired and motivating them to come back to work, that's a policy. That's not a short-term policy. Social housing, affordable housing, that's not a short-term policy. We need a long-term policy in economics. It requires vision. And this government reminds me of a pirate who isn't just missing one eye, is missing both. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for National Revenue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was lucky to be here tonight and to hear our colleague who approached the subject with a great deal of humor. He talked about a lot of subjects that are very serious. He mentioned one thing specifically, the issue of housing. What is the Bloc Quebecois' approach to the issue of housing and to solving the problem of homelessness? It's a question for my own interest.
Here, Madam Speaker, the perspective of the colleague on that specific issue, seeing as it's the last day of Parliament. I've never actually asked the question to the member.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. I'd like to thank the member for his question and for his work. We talk about supply and demand, and often people who talk about that don't really understand it. What's happening is that right now, with salaries that are higher and an increase in our population, it means that demand for rents has gone up significantly. If we let rents increase unchecked, what's going to happen is that it will squeeze people out because the population is growing. Some people can go live in an apartment and others can't. If you don't work on offer, you're going to be stuck with shortages because you won't have enough residences to offer to people who are asking more and more for them because demographics are important. Unfortunately, that aspect isn't being considered. We need to work on supply. It's the best way to ensure smart investments and get people roofs over their heads.
Je veux remercier le député.
The member for Elmwood-Transcona. I want to thank the member for his speech and for his enthusiasm. I want to ask him something. The Conservatives' motion today says that this is their plan for fighting inflation. The foundations of the Conservatives' leaders' plan was to use cryptocurrency at one point. This motion doesn't refer to cryptocurrency, and I'm wondering why they let this very important pillar of their plan disappear. Perhaps the member for La Prairie has some thoughts on the matter. The Honourable Member for La Prairie in 20 seconds. Well, listen, for cryptocurrency, I don't agree with it. It's a way of generating inflation. What's important is that if you have a plan to return to balanced books, you'll have an impact on the economy and on inflation. You have an impact on the anticipation of inflation. Anticipating inflation can lead to creating it, and then we end up in an inflationary spiral. So here we have a proposal that for zero deficit, but getting rid of that anticipation tends to calm things down, and it limits inflation just by making the announcement. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am indeed pleased to rise tonight to speak to the motion that's before us and to say on behalf of New Democrats that we do not intend to support this motion. And the reason being is that New Democrats simply do not believe that you can have a credible plan to fight inflation without addressing the role that outsized price increases by corporations play in contributing to inflation. And there's not only is there not a plan, there's not even a mention of the ways in which outsized price increases by corporations are hurting Canadians in the pocketbook. And we've heard from economists who have said that as much as 25% of the inflation that Canadians have experienced over the last 2 years are attributable to just those very same corporate price increases. We've seen it in the oil and gas sector where there's been record profits. And in fact, an increase in extraction. We heard at the Finance Committee not that long ago that actually in Canada we're taking out record amounts of barrels of oil and gas every day in this country. Now, why is it that that can be happening alongside real economic strife in places like Alberta where that oil and gas work is happening? It's because we've also seen a significant decrease in the level of employment due to automation and other advances in technology within the oil fields. And so we're seeing a decoupling of profitability in the oil and gas sector and employment in the oil and gas sector, which is what really matters for Canadians when it comes to ensuring that the wealth that's generated through the extraction of our natural resources actually goes to Canadian working class families. And so while that can look good in terms of productivity numbers for the industry, depending on how they run the numbers, depending on their purpose, whether they're reporting to shareholders or whether they're reporting to this place while seeking more subsidies, it's nevertheless the case that even as the industry continues to extract more, Canadians are benefiting less. So that's true from the workers' point of view and the view of the industry, but it's also true from the point of view of Canadian consumers, because as those same oil and gas companies that are employing less people, even as they take more oil and gas out of the ground, are doing that, they're also raising prices well above the increase in the cost of their inputs. In fact, some of their input costs are going down as they employ less Canadians in decent unionized positions with good paying wages. And so that explains how they can be logging record profits. And by record profits, I mean more profit in a single year than the oil and gas industry has ever seen in the history of the country. Now, you wouldn't know that to listen to conservatives in this place who say that the oil and gas industry is not doing well, but it's very hard to believe that an industry isn't doing well when they're producing a record amount of product and they're achieving the highest amount of profit that they've ever seen in the history of the country while charging Canadians higher prices than they ever have before. And so those price increases, for as much as we hear about the carbon tax, and the carbon tax does increase the purchase price of oil and gas, there's no question about that, but just the simple price increases above the input costs increase that those companies have been experiencing are more than what the carbon tax is. But do we hear a word from conservatives about unjustified price hikes by the oil and gas companies and what that means for Canadians in their pocketbook? No, we don't. And that's why this is a party that simply does not have a credible plan to fight. I think there are two different approaches that you can take to trying to fight inflation. And I think they mark a significant philosophical difference between the Conservative Party and ultimately, I would argue, this Liberal government and New Democrats. On the one hand, you can try to increase people's disposable income, and we see that through proposals to eliminate the carbon tax and reduce taxes generally. What I find passing strange is that when we talk about providing income support to the poorest Canadians, who when they see an increase in their income, we know that extra money is only going to go to continuing to pay their rent in the same place that they've already been paying rent, or to buy the same groceries that they had been buying before that they're no longer able to. Those are not inflationary, that's not inflationary money in the economy. That's not driving inflation. Supporting people to be able to still put a meal on the table and pay their rent is not inflationary spending. That's why I'm very proud that New Democrats 2 times now have pushed this government to double the GST rebate, because we know that that is going to go to households who really need a lot of help in a really difficult time when they're struggling to afford their rent and they're struggling to afford their food. But it's going to do it in a way that doesn't cause further inflation, despite what the leader of the Conservatives says. The odd thing is that when he advocates for broad-based tax cuts, like eliminating the carbon tax, he's got nothing to say about the inflationary impact of returning that money into the households, not just of the poorest households, which you can do through mechanisms like a higher GST rebate, but also to higher income households. Now, if the leader of the Conservatives wants to talk about how more money in the economy is going to lead to higher inflation, it's a strange admission. Never mind the real driver of certain kinds of inflation when we talk about spending, or what would be if corporations actually spent it in the Canadian economy, which too often they don't, is the corporate taxes that Conservatives and Liberals have often advocated for. And this is why actually there's a great meeting of the minds between Liberals and Conservatives when it comes to tax policy. It's why they work together from the year 2000 to now to lower the corporate tax rate from 28% to 15%. Now, what does that mean? That means more spending in the economy, which, if you listen to the leader of the Conservatives, automatically means more inflation. But they don't talk about how the impact of lowering corporate taxes can contribute to inflation. Now, to the extent that it doesn't, it's because that money leaves the country and actually doesn't get spent, which is the point that Jim Flaherty, former Conservative finance minister under Stephen Harper, made before he passed. That they had lowered the corporate tax rate, that was meant to increase business investment and raise productivity. But as many Conservative members are fond of pointing out, Canada's productivity numbers are not what they should be. And it's not because corporate Canada hasn't had vast amounts of capital in waiting to make those business investments in order to raise productivity. It's because they preferred to either pay it out to their shareholders here in Canada or to scuttle that money away into tax havens through agreements that successive Liberal and Conservative governments have made in order to make it easier for that profit to shift out of the country without those corporations ever paying their due, and helping to fund a number of things that are really important to help Canadians get by in this difficult time. So that's, broad-based tax relief is one way to say that you're fighting inflation. I think that some of the hazards that the leader of the Conservative Party likes to point out about other things, like income support, apply equally to broad-based tax relief at a time like this. And we should be conscious of that when we're evaluating proposals for tax decreases. It doesn't mean that New Democrats oppose all tax decreases. In fact, we were very vocal about the excise tax and our feeling that it was inappropriate for the excise tax to have an automatic escalator, first of all, and that the exceptional increase in the excise tax this year because of inflation was not acceptable. And we worked with opposition parties to oppose that, and ultimately the government did, although they didn't bring it down to zero, they dramatically reduced the level of excise tax increase with the Budget Implementation Act. The other way to combat inflation that, for my money, I think is more effective is to try to control the price of things that Canadians can't do without. So, what do I mean by that? I mean bringing down the cost of childcare, because that puts money back in Canadians' pockets. It makes it easier for Canadians who want to work to support their family to be able to leave the home and do that work. We all know that disproportionately affects women who want to have a career and then can do that because they can now access childcare at a price that doesn't make going to work simply pay for childcare instead of contributing to the other meaningful costs of the household. When we talk about a pharmacare program, in order to mobilize the power of bulk purchasing across the country and bring down the price of prescription drugs considerably, and there have been so many studies done on pharmacare going back decades, all of them conclude that by having one federal program, we could significantly reduce the amount that Canadians pay for prescription drugs. There's no question about it. It's why pharmaceutical companies hate the idea. It's why they've spent so much money lobbying this government to stop it. Unfortunately, far too successfully, and it's why New Democrats are here to continue pushing and provide the political will to drown out the lobbying efforts of the pharmaceutical industry, because we know that through good public policy, we can reduce the amount that Canadians pay for drugs, and that ensures not only that they get extra income, but that corporations can't just take that income by raising their prices. which is what has been happening in the oil and gas industry. It's what's been happening in the grocery industry. If you want proof of that, look no further than today's news, where the Canada Bread Company is admitted to price fixing with Weston Foods. Now, they paid a $50 million fine after having pleaded guilty. What about the other companies that were involved in that? And what about Canadians who have been looking at food prices over the last 2 years, know very well that many companies have been raising their prices over and above the additional cost to them, whether it's oil and gas to heat their home or whether it's their groceries. And I think we all have a legitimate suspicion that Canadians have not been treated fairly by corporate Canada. So creating more disposable income, Conservatives love to say, oh, well, you know, if you tax corporations, they're just going to pass that on to the consumer. Well, if you cut Canadians' taxes, corporations are just going to raise their prices. Now, does that mean we're stuck and there's no hope and that there's no way forward? No, because through good public policy, you can reduce the cost of childcare in a way that means that you can't just up the price, because we're regulating the fees and we're providing subsidy to make sure that that the organizations that are offering childcare aren't doing it at an exorbitant price. It's why New Democrats have a very clear and stated preference for nonprofit delivery in childcare, because we think once you incorporate that profit motive, you're exposing Canadians to the very same greedy taking that we've seen in the oil and gas sector and in grocery and elsewhere. So that's a way that you can control the cost of something that people can't do without, put more money back in their pockets in a way that it can't just be taken back out again. It's why I support in Manitoba, for instance, the Public Utility Board that has been very successful over decades in regulating the price of auto insurance and Manitoba Hydro. Interestingly, a body that the current Conservative government in Manitoba has been trying to wreck and impede from doing their job of looking closely at requested price hikes by these crown corporations. Ironic, given that you'd think it was the Conservatives most of all that would want a hawkish oversight agency to be looking at crown corporations and ensuring fair pricing. But in fact, they're undermining the Public Utility Board. I think it's important. I think we could actually use something like that nationally for the price of oil and gas to ensure that when Canadians are going to the pump or when they're heating their home, they can be assured that they're getting a fair shake on the price, and the fact that it's the long weekend doesn't dictate whether they have a hole in their budget at the end of the month or not. It's why dental is important, because with dental insurance, we can ensure that people are getting a service which otherwise they wouldn't get at all. And we know that too often, because of people's socioeconomic status, they haven't been able to access dental care. Or for those who have been able to pay, this means that folks are going to be able to get more service without simply seeing corresponding hikes in prices. So New Democrats have a very settled opinion on what the way to fight inflation is, which is to try to, through good public policy and public investment, so that Canadians are working together and cooperating to provide the essentials of life, create more room for disposable income in their household budgets, instead of simply cutting taxes for everyone, which disproportionately benefits the most wealthy, that makes it harder to provide services for everyone, and runs all the same risk of inflationary pressure in the economy that the leader of the Conservative Party is so concerned about when it's public funds. Here's another way in which that matters, Mr. Speaker, and another way in which I think there's a very close resemblance between the housing policy of the Liberal government, for instance, and the housing policy of the Conservative government. Neither one is willing to call out the role of corporate greed in housing. The leader of the Conservatives sometimes maybe kind of makes passing allusion to it, but is quick to say that somehow it's the fault of government. The housing market is working exactly how it was set up to work in the mid-90s, with the blessing of Liberals and Conservatives. They decided that they wanted to make it more of a financial market. They wanted a commodity-based approach to housing. That's been working. Look at the National Housing Strategy, frankly, has been largely a joke in terms of increasing supply for affordable housing, and it's done nothing to impede the kind of harmful investment behavior that we see in the market. The Conservatives aren't proposing to do anything about that. And the idea that by simply balancing the government's books, we're going to see a significant change in the housing market or houses become more affordable is a joke. That's not how this is going to go. There are very deep pockets that don't rely on anything that the government does in order to be able to spend in the real estate economy and acquire houses and acquire apartment blocks. Where is the leader of the Conservatives talking about the travesty of buildings like Lions Manor on Portage Avenue in Winnipeg that used to provide affordable housing but has just been acquired with no government money, just a giant corporate landlord that came in, bought the building, and is evicting the tenants? You don't have a serious strategy to fix the problem in housing in Canada if you can't criticize the corporate sector and the role that they are playing in jacking up the price of housing. You just can't do it. It's not serious. It's not serious. And then we look at things that the previous Conservative government did to put money in the pockets of corporate Canada. Never mind the corporate tax decreases, which were substantial. They sold the plans for the CANDU reactor, which was world-leading technology. They love to talk about nuclear, but do you know that they sold that to SNC-Lavalin for pennies on the dollar? I think it was $75 million, but it came with a bunch of tax benefits and other things, such that I think they sold it for a final net cost of about $15 million. Do you know what it costs to build a CANDU reactor? I don't, but I know that it's measured in billions and not millions. And to get the intellectual property behind that before the Harper government actually belonged to Canadians, so that when somebody decided to build a nuclear reactor on the CANDU model anywhere in the world, Canadians could benefit. I think that's a real travesty, and it's just an example of how the Conservatives are no better than the Liberals when it comes to stuffing the pockets of corporate Canada at the expense of Canadians. And I'm mindful of a leader that does actually have so many policy similarities to the Liberal government, and I could go on about that. In fact, I recall in the fall of 2021 when the leader of the Conservative Party was their finance critic, and we were having a debate about the mandate of the Bank of Canada, which is to fight inflation and has been for a long time, to keep inflation at a 2% target. And we talked about what the impact of maintaining that mandate would be on Canadians, that if we saw higher interest, that if that was the only thing the Bank of Canada was going to do, that it would jeopardize strong employment by raising interest rates to get inflation under control, that it would jeopardize putting Canadians out of their homes by raising interest rates in order to combat inflation, instead of having a more nuanced mandate, as many central banks around the world do, where they also have to keep an eye on strong employment, and they also have to keep an eye on the effect of rising interest rates on the ability of folks to stay in their home and to keep meeting the payments of their mortgage. The leader of the Conservative Party at that time was very clear. He wanted the mandate to stay narrowly on the 2% inflation target, and that was it. And you know what the Liberals did? They acquiesced. I was on a panel with them, just shot out in the foyer at the time. I remember because when I said that actually the Liberals had done everything he said he wanted them to do, and that it would be a bad day for Canadians if we did experience inflation because the Bank of Canada would raise interest rates to put them out of a home, he mused about legal action against me for having shown the very direct link between the Liberal Party actions and the Conservative Party advice. So let's not pretend that this leader of the Conservative Party hasn't played a very important role in keeping the Bank of Canada on a mandate that is causing these increased interest rate hikes. It's not the only thing, but the fact that it doesn't have a more nuanced mandate and that Canadians aren't benefiting from the kind of nuance that has been built into other central bank mandates is a product of his advice and the action of the Liberal Party. So that's why I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, to say that there are more ways to fight inflation than what the Conservatives have put in here. And in fact, what they've put in here goes squarely against New Democrats' approach to fighting inflation, which does have everything to do with putting money back in the pockets of Canadians, but doing it by ensuring that the things that they have to buy, childcare, prescription drugs, dental care, all of these things, and housing, are actually brought down instead of what we see in the motion today, which is just to cut those programs in order to balance the government's books.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To listen to the member speak, I know he has good command of these issues, and he is respected for his work on the Finance Committee in particular. I do agree very strongly with his take on how to combat inflation when he says that the approach should be to focus on those things that people cannot do without. So dental care, child care, and I'm glad to see that the government, yes, with the support of the NDP, has moved in that direction, and we see the benefits, thousands of Canadians being supported along the way in both of those areas. What I do want more clarity on, and I don't ask this in a combative way, I'm simply interested in the NDP's position on this, because the member raised the issue of corporate income taxes. And he seemed to suggest that the NDP position would be to raise those rates back up to close to 30%. What is the position of the NDP on that specific matter, Mr. Speaker? Because to me, I hear some NDPers who have a very pro-business view. There's not many, but sometimes they present themselves in that way. And one would expect championing a lower rate of tax. But I didn't hear that from this particular member.
L'honorable député d'Elmwood. The member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Comes to the corporate tax rate. We've ran on increasing the corporate tax rate. We've been very clear about that, not to 30%, but to 19, I think was the latest platform commitment. That's still well below the OECD average, so it's hardly a high watermark when it comes to fair taxation of large corporations. And our position is that Canada has incredible competitive advantage beyond a low tax rate. Canada doesn't have to scrape the bottom of the barrel on its corporate tax rate in order to attract investment. We have a lot of natural resources that you can't find elsewhere. We have an incredible labor market with a lot of skill. We provide benefits like healthcare that oftentimes in other jurisdictions employers would have to pay premiums in order to be able to provide. Canada is an attractive place to invest, and we don't have to have a bottom of the barrel corporate tax rate in order to attract investment.
Questions and comments? The member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, just to set the record straight here, so I've got it from the OECD report here. On average, 9% of OECD countries' revenue comes from corporate taxation. In Canada, it's 12%. So 30% more in Canada tax revenue comes from corporate taxation. So to say that we are somehow below the average in the amount of taxation we take from corporations just simply isn't true. But I heard the member, I almost slipped, I heard the member talk talking about a number of criticisms, but he criticized both Liberals and Conservatives, and he went on and on about some of the things that the Liberals are doing wrong. And we agree that the Liberals have got a deficit and a debt way too high, that we've got interest rates, inflation. We might disagree on the cause of that, but we've seen negative consequences. We've got food bank usage doubling. Will the member vote no confidence in the government?
L'honorable député d'Elmwood. The member for Elmwood-Transcona.
But we've been very clear that the day may come. And what the discriminating factor is as long as we can continue, and you heard a Liberal member talk before, and in fact, anytime they talk about inflation and the hardship that Canadians are experiencing because of that, they start listing the things that the NDP made them do. The GST rebate, dental care, action on child care, pharmacare. And as long as we can continue to push this government into doing the things that I firmly believe with a majority they would not be doing to benefit Canadians in this difficult time, we will continue to support the ongoing work of this Parliament as opposed to another one. The day will come when this Parliament ends. And what we're doing now is, I think, setting up Canadians to get some meaningful relief from inflation in a way that companies can't simply take back with outsized price increases. And I think we're paving the way for a strong majority to Democratic government in Canada.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just got here 15 to 20 minutes ago, and I've heard part of my speech, my colleague's speech. I'd like to come back to the fiscal imbalance, which I could also call federal paternalism. This means that the federal government is using money to impose its own choices on Quebec. What does my colleague think about federal paternalism? which I believe he probably supports, the honourable member. I believe that whenever we work as a team, there is a danger of something like that happening. However, I also believe that it's possible to have an authentic partnership between the provinces and the federal government. So really, it's a matter of how programs roll out and the extent to which provinces are involved in the decisions regarding those programs in their own provinces. So there is a good model in some areas where the provinces, for instance, had their say, including in Quebec, which has always been a leader in daycare, in childcare. So there are models out there for a good collaboration, and we're turning to those models to ensure that we will not become victims of federal paternalism. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Speaker, and I really enjoyed listening to the Honourable Member's speech. Of course, one of the things that's been brought to mind by this motion, of course, is the focus on this idea of returning to balanced budgets. And I would love to hear his perspective on the fact that in times past, during both Conservative and Liberal majority governments, that in order to make themselves look better in terms of that balancing the budget, not only did they cut services, they cut housing strategies, they cut a lot of things that Canadians depend upon, but they also raided the employment insurance fund that was paid for by the deferred wages of workers. I'd really love to hear his perspective on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's a fact, and it's been done by Liberal and Conservative governments. And in fact, it was a key election commitment of the sitting Prime Minister that he wouldn't do that anymore. And I think the running tally between Liberal and Conservative governments by 2015 of what had been raided out of the employment insurance account, which was money that did not belong to government, but belonged to workers in order to pay wages while they're out of work, was about $63 or so billion. Perhaps somebody knows that number better. What I find quite disconcerting is that this government is at it with the same old tricks, except this time, instead of just gratuitously grabbing that money out of the EI account, they've said, oh, no, we're going to take $25 billion of pandemic CERB debt and apply it to the EI account. So we're not really taking money out of the account, we're just debiting the account. And then ratepayers, and this is why, look, you don't have to be a democratic socialist to be upset about this. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business thinks it's a bad idea, and they're upset about it too. And so you have employers and employees who are rightfully upset about the fact that the federal government has once again decided to go grabbing out of the EI piggy bank, which is not what it is, and it's why we should have legislation to protect that account, but we don't, and it's why we've been very consistent in calling on the government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similton and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the member opposite, appreciate his views. I've worked with him on the Finance Committee quite well. I would like just to ask simply in regards to his views on to build more housing. He seems to be completely against whether it be real estate investment trusts or other private entities, but ultimately, if we're going to see more purpose-built housing, purpose-built rentals, to give people a roof over their heads, that's going to take an incredible amount of money to do so. And some of these larger organisms or larger corporations are able to do that. They're doing it in places like Westbank First Nation. And quite honestly, it's municipal gatekeepers that are preventing both private and public or not-for-profits from building more affordable housing.
I'll give the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona a few seconds to answer.
Well, thank you very much. It's an important opportunity to correct the record. We're not against private developers creating new housing, But that's not what's going to fix the housing price. They've been doing that for decades. It's not helping. We've been on a track to destruction for a long time. What we do think is a real problem is when a big corporate landlord buys a building, they're not creating new units. They're buying a building that used to provide affordable rents. They're renovating the premises, kicking out all the tenants who needed those affordable rents, jacking up the rents, and then inviting other people with more ability to pay in, which leaves the other people destitute and without a place to live. We will not solve the housing crisis by kicking the poor out of existing affordable units and then allowing those big corporate landlords to make mad profit off new tenants. We need a different plan.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to thank my colleague, the Member for Elmwood-Transcona. I don't always agree with him. I don't always have the same values as him. But I recognize his efforts to speak in French. I'm always happy to hear more French being spoken in the House, so I'd like to thank him. Madam Speaker, I will be sharing my time with my colleague from Saskatchewan from Carlton Trail Eagle Creek. So, just over 3 months ago, on March 28th, the Liberal government tabled a budget that was irresponsible and which contributes to both debt and inflation. So a few weeks ago, I rose in this House to speak on Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28th. At the beginning of my speech on C-47, I criticized the government. In my view, they've decided to waste money, chuck money every which way, and they act in their own partisan interest by using public funds to buy the support of the NDP. And I will note that the NDP will never have the power that the Honourable Member's telephone is vibrating, and that is disturbing the debate. Thank you very much. I can't control every electronic device, so thank you for that reminder. What I was saying is that because this government has a minority, the NDP will probably never have more power than it does now during the 44th Parliament. It's kind of strange what's going on. And what's going on is annoying for Canadians who are working to hold on to their hard-earned money. Oh, sorry, my phone's going off again. I'm going to put it down here so there will be less vibrations. Now, Madam Speaker, the government says that it wants to bring down the federal debt. Does it really believe it can do so by wasting more money? I ask this because right now we're coming up on the end of the session. We're about to rise for the summer. And I hope that's I hope it's not a spoiler, but this might be the last day. I think Canadians are aware of that. So I would just like to take the opportunity to wish all 337 other parliamentarians a great summer. Parliamentarians have worked hard. They've worked passionately. And it's important to recognize the amount of service to Canadians that goes on here. So I'd like to wish my colleagues a wonderful summer. I hope they spend some time with their family and that we can all come back in a good mood when sittings resume. Unfortunately, I will note, however, that throughout this session, nothing has changed. Canadians are still dealing with inflation. It's up to their necks. And in fact, I'm sorry to say this, it's getting worse. It's because of this government's policies. Now, 6 months ago, the Deputy Prime Minister said, we need to minimize the deficit because there will be an impact on inflation. That was 6 months ago, back in the December economic update. Then in March, the Deputy Prime Minister tabled the budget. It was a real brick. And you can look through all its many pages, and there is no indication of when Canada will return to balanced budget. So that's quite shocking in my view. And Madam Speaker, I would know we're in the middle of a vicious circle. Here's the issue. The cost of living goes up. So businesses need more revenue. And their employees need more and more earnings. And the government is doing nothing but raising taxes. The situation in terms of housing is quite shocking. In Quebec, rent prices have gone up by 13.7%. And that's without even talking about food, heating, other staples. We're talking about housing, which is a basic need. 13.7% increases. And it gets worse. In some cities, rents have gone up by 44%. That's quite something. And in the article from La Presse with these statistics, there's another observation. There's parents with teenagers who are not having trouble making ends meet, who are couch surfing. So the government needs to step in and gain control over public funds. But all this government does is say, oh, things are fine, we look good compared to other countries. Well, I'll just say that depends on the way you look at it. So that's the situation for in terms of housing. But I'll come back to my original line of thinking. Businesses are having trouble making ends meet. Everything is more expensive. There's a labor shortage. So to stay open, you need to raise prices. And who's left holding the bag? The Canadian taxpayer. So we need a return to balanced budgets. And yet this government has no plan for doing so. My Bloc colleague, an economist, has noted that the government has no vision. All they do is they're reactive, not proactive. We saw this with the foreign interference file. They were reactive. They appointed a special rapporteur. He stepped down. Now we're calling on the government to launch an independent public inquiry. So then they drag their feet and they split hairs. We all know where this is going. So we're just wasting time. And as my dad would say, time is money. So the government needs to do something, and all they're doing is doing things like put in a second carbon tax. They've already put in a first carbon tax. They put in place a climate policy. Emissions are certainly not going down. We can see the results. Sure, they say there was one little decline during the pandemic. Sure, it's true. The pandemic brought down consumption. But in general, we are going in the wrong direction. So the first carbon tax is a failure. But no, the government wants to wave its magic wand and add a second carbon tax to deal with emissions. Well, Madam Speaker, if the first carbon tax didn't work, a second probably won't work. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to know that. But this government isn't taking care of the environment. All they do is take money out of taxpayers' pockets. Look, Canadians are at the end of their rope. They don't have anything left. 1.5 million Canadians are required to seek out the services of food banks. That's a serious situation. But the government says, no, don't worry, all is fine. Everything is under control. Now I'm going to open my iPad here. The OECD GDP predictions for 2023-2024. Now, the government always says that Canada is at the head of the pack. So I did some research when I was waiting to speak. If you look at the OECD's projections, the average country will have 2.7% GDP growth in 2023. You know what Canada's projections are? 1.4%. But for the government, oh, it's fine, everything is under control, don't worry, things are going well. Trust us. So let's look at the 2024 projections. For the average country, 2.9% GDP growth. And let's look at Canada. 7%? No. 5.1%? No. 1.4%. So I see you signaling to me, how much time do I have left? 3 seconds. Oh, well, okay, thank you. Have a great summer, everyone, and I look forward to answering the questions of my colleagues. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He's always full of energy. And I always enjoy hearing his speeches. But I do have some qualms with what he says. He says we're wasting money. There's the difference between the Conservatives and the Liberals is that we invest in Canadians. We invest in Canadians to support them. Since 2015 and since COVID, job numbers have shot up by 900,000 since COVID. So what have the Conservatives done? And what do they plan to cut? Because when they were in power, they made all sorts of cuts to Veterans Affairs and in other areas. So what would the Conservatives cut now? Madam Speaker, first I'd like to greet my colleague. And really, I feel privileged to work with him on issues of the international francophonie. I was also able to work with my colleague on C-13. And thank goodness that this member was the Liberals' representative on C-13 because it made things a lot easier. But back to what happened when the Liberals took over, I would just like to say that in our party, we have a plan for balanced budgets. We have a clear and orderly plan. This government has run up a deficit greater than all the deficits since Pierre Trudeau combined. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Climate disasters, environmental disasters, they've cost hundreds of billions of dollars. Oil companies have raked in $220 billion in profits in 2022. And the government has provided subsidies to big oil, $20 billion in subsidies, roughly. We know that, as my colleague says, this government is spending poorly. Does my colleague believe that this $20 billion expense on a profitable industry was a bad investment? Does he believe that the government should not have invested in oil, but should have invested in the green shift to protect the environment? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to recognize my colleague from Montcalm. I appreciate his questions. Yes, that there are some concerns there. As the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, my priorities are official languages and the environment. Now, he spoke about a green shift, but the shift has to be a gradual one and a planned one. You can't go in shooting from the hip, and yet that's what the government across the way is proposing. They always do things in an impromptu way at the last minute. So sure, we do need to move towards a green shift, but you have to do that the right way. you can't shake up the economy any which way. You need to have a plan. The Liberals' plan is carbon taxes, and they don't work. All they do is make Canadians poorer. With a quick question, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Colleague for his speech, and I have a lot of respect for my colleague, and I hope he has a great summer ahead of him. But Madam Speaker, this motion is misguided. Cutting help to people isn't the solution. In fact, Madam Speaker, we've seen corporate taxes go from 28% to 15% under Liberals and Conservatives. And what's happened, Madam Speaker? We have real estate trusts that are raking in record profits, banks record profits, oil and gas record profits, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we keep seeing increases in bank fees, oil and gas prices. Madam Speaker, through you to my colleague, when are the Conservatives actually going to have courage to stand up to against the corporate welfare and make sure they pay their fair share so people get the help they need?
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Courtenay Alberni. I'd also like to wish him a wonderful summer. Madam Speaker, managing a budget is like parenting. You gotta do things the right way. If parents behaved like this government, everything would fall to pieces. There would be lines in front of food banks. So I call on the government to behave to spend the right way.
Gabriel, Eagle Creek. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in this place today to speak to the opposition motion put forward by Conservatives to address the cost of living crisis facing Canadians. This is a crisis which this government has done nothing to fix. In fact, it is their inflationary policies which created the crisis in the first place. And what has their response been? They have continued to run high deficits, pushing inflation to 40-year record highs. The Prime Minister excused this reckless spending by claiming that interest rates were at record lows and would remain there for many years to come. Now we have record debt, record inflation, and interest rates that have continued to rise despite the Prime Minister's prediction. This is causing pain for Canadians across the country as their household budgets are stretched thinner and thinner under the Liberal tax and spend plan. While Canadians are struggling, the government continues to increase taxes, making the essentials more expensive. They have been persistent in their misinformed statements that the carbon tax is a net positive for Canadians. The Parliamentary Budget Officer's reports on the two carbon taxes have rejected this notion. The first carbon tax, which this government introduced, will end up costing Canadians up to 41 cents per litre of gas. The added second carbon tax will cost another 17 cents per litre. Adding GST, this comes to 61 cents per litre. This will cost Saskatchewan families an extra $2,840 each year. But some Canadian families will pay up to $4,000 for the combined Liberal carbon taxes in other parts of the country. This is a slap in the face to Saskatchewanians and Canadians. The carbon taxes have only made life more expensive for Canadians and cost them more money for no results. The carbon taxes were never an environmental plan. They were a tax plan to fuel government spending. Even while Canadians are struggling, this government cannot show fiscal restraint. They have no respect for taxpayers as they continue to ramp up their inflationary spending. When this Prime Minister formed government, the national debt was $612.3 billion. By the end of this fiscal year, the federal debt is projected to reach $1.22 trillion. That means this Prime Minister has doubled the national debt in just 8 years. The national debt will break down to $81,000 per household in Canada. Additionally, the debt servicing costs have been growing just as fast as this government's deficits. This fiscal year, it is projected that the cost to service the national debt will be $43.9 billion. This cost is quickly approaching the amount of money given to the provinces through health transfers. Canadians are deeply concerned about the economic policies of our country, except, it would seem, those sitting in the government benches. Most Canadians don't have a trust fund to fall back on, so they need to be careful with their money. This government needs to start demonstrating respect for hardworking Canadians by being good stewards of the public purse. Without a plan to eliminate the deficits and balance the budget, inflation and interest rates will continue to rise and hurt Canadian families across the country even more. The Liberals have not put forward a plan to do this. Instead, they poured more gasoline on their inflationary fire by adding more than $60 billion in new spending. That is $4,200 per Canadian families. Spending which is driving up deficits and consequently increasing inflation. As the Bank of Canada, which was widely predicted to lower interest rates, instead raised them from 4.5 to 4.75% following the tabling of the Liberals' budget. That is why Conservatives are now calling on the government through this opposition motion to return to balanced budgets and give Canadians a break. Now we are receiving warnings from the International Monetary Fund that Canada is the country most at risk of massive mortgage defaults. Across Canada, the average mortgage payments have increased by 122% since this Prime Minister took office. Despite this warning, we see no plan from this government to get inflation under control to avoid a potential mortgage default crisis. Instead, the Liberals are burying their head in the sand, leaving Canadians to their own devices as they spend away their future. This is not sustainable, Madam Speaker, and is pushing Canadians closer to the edge. Canadian households now have the most debt as a share of GDP of any country in the G7. This is not a record we want to hold. There is a solution, Madam Speaker. The Liberals must eliminate the deficits and balance the budget in order to bring down inflation and interest rates. I know this may not be easy for them, as they seem to know only one economic policy, which is raise taxes and print money. But the fact is, if the Liberal government were to put together a plan to return to balanced budgets and eliminate deficits, lower inflation and interest rates would follow. However, this is not something they can wait to do. We are already at a crisis point. Just last month, the food bank in Saskatoon held a food drive as the usage of food banks has reached a new record of 24,000 people a month. Across Canada, there are 1.5 million more people using food banks on a monthly basis, not to mention that 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping at least one meal a day because they cannot afford to eat. This is because food price inflation is also at a 40-year high. Canada's Food Price Report 2023 has predicted that a family of 4 will spend up to $1,065 more on food this year. With many Canadians struggling paycheck to paycheck, the rising cost of food is something that is breaking their bank. The dream of home ownership is also fading fast. When this Liberal government took power, Canadians spent 39% of their paycheck on their monthly housing payments. Now they spend 62% of their paychecks. This is reflected by the growth of average rental and mortgage costs. Mortgage payments have doubled from $1,400 per month to over $3,100 a month. Rent across Canada has doubled from $1,172 to $2,153 for a 2-bedroom apartment, and it has more than doubled in Canada's largest cities. This is why we must get interest rates under control. 4 years, Conservatives have warned this Liberal government that their out-of-control spending has consequences and hurts Canadians across the country. But they responded with the infamous quote from the Prime Minister that budgets will balance themselves. We are now 8 years into this government's tenure, and we have seen the effects of the Prime Minister's so-called self-balancing budgets. It has been a disaster for Canadians. According to an article last month from the Financial Post and Macdonald-Laurier Institute, over the 10 years, real GDP per capita growth has been at its lowest since the 1930s. The article stated, and I quote, "This extended period of slow growth has widened the gap between per capita growth in the United States and Canada, demonstrating that the causes of our slumping growth are domestic, not external. The Liberals can no longer blame external factors for their own failures. The economic troubles our country now finds itself in is a result of the failed economic policies of this government." In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I think that it is in the best interest of every Canadian that this House calls on the government to rein in its spending. It is time for this government to show the fiscal restraint that was promised by the Minister of Finance prior to the introduction of her latest budget. Instead of cancelling Disney+, let's cancel the deficits, axe the taxes, and balance the budget. Thank you.
And comments, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Sports and to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, Conservatives love to stand up in the House and claim to be the stewards of the economy, to have presided over the previous government with balanced budgets, whereas they only actually balanced the budget once, and it was a fake balanced budget, and it was at the expense of a lot of infrastructure in Canada. Now, the member opposite ran on a commitment in the last election to both price carbon and run deficits. I do notice there's been a little bit of a change of heart of late on the other side, but that isn't the lack of a plan. So it would be great to hear directly from the member, you know, any balanced budget would require program cuts. What specific programs is she suggesting the government cut?
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Look, I think there are a number of things that we might decide not to spend Canadian taxpayers' money on. Let's talk about the carbon tax. We would cut the carbon tax. We would stop paying high-priced consultants. We would also not allow the Prime Minister to consider the kind of exorbitant spending on vacations. We wouldn't provide sole-source contracts to Liberal insiders that have cost Canadians millions of dollars, and we might get rid of the infrastructure bank. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the speech. In the motion, the description of challenges that Canadians are facing is rather accurate. Challenges that Quebecers and Canadians are facing, but the solutions are problematic because the solutions proposed are, let's cut the deficit, and then magically everything will be fixed, housing prices will come down, households will not be in debt anymore, so we don't really agree with the solutions. What we want to vote for is to balance the budget, because governing means to plan. To govern is to plan, and to plan to return to balanced books. However, the solutions put forward by the Conservative Party are ones we don't agree with. We also disagree with cancelling the carbon tax. In fact, we feel that the carbon tax should be increased. So couldn't the Conservative Party bring some solutions that are more realistic?
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek. Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I believe at every step of the way, Conservatives have been providing solutions to this place and to the current government. The fact of the matter is that after 8 years under this Liberal government, Canadians are struggling. We're hearing from our constituents in our ridings. And although the government assures Canadians that they have never had it so good, it only really shows how out of touch they are. It is time for the government to take economic policy seriously and return to balanced budgets. They need to start paying to monetary policy. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. I always like to point out where we have common ground, and one thing that I definitely agree with the member on is that people are struggling to make ends meet. However, the solutions seem to be, Madam Speaker, where we defer. For example, why do we never hear from the Conservative government about taxing the ultra-rich large corporations? Consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments, we saw the corporate tax rate decrease from 28% in the year 2000 to 15% today. So when will we see the Conservatives finally calling out large corporations and the ultra-rich to pay their fair share so that we can see that money going where it belongs? This seems like a good, tangible solution to move forward with.
The member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek has 50 seconds to respond.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I think we've been very clear as the official opposition what Conservatives will do. The priorities of the Conservative plan are to make Canada work for the people who work. We want to see powerful paychecks with lower taxes so that hard work pays off again. We want to bring home lower prices by ending inflationary carbon tax 1, carbon tax 2, and deficit spending that drives up inflation and interest rates. We want to bring homes people can afford by removing government gatekeepers to free up land and speed up building permits. And I know that only Conservatives can bring home a country that works for people who work and that is a place for people to invest in. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. It's always wonderful to rise in this most honourable and esteemed House and be with my wonderful colleagues. Madam Speaker, before I begin, I'd just like to take 40 seconds, as we are, my understanding, nearing the end of the summer session, just to say 2 or 3 thank yous. First to my wife, Rose, at home, and our 3 daughters, Eliana, Natalia, and little Leia, because she has a little bit of an age difference there. I just want to say thank you. We can only come to Ottawa and do our jobs and travel here and be away from our families with the support of our families. So I want to give a quick shout out to them and tell them that I love them very much and that Daddy will see you soon back home. Secondly, to my team back in Vaughan, Pina and Evelina and Francesco and Dima, thank you. We'll see you tomorrow at our job fair and we'll be together. And to the team here in Ottawa, Natalia, Anthony, and Sashali, and thank you to Sashali, who's been with me for a number of years and seen me at my best and my worst and my ups and my downs. I want to give a special shout out to this individual because she's exceptional in every way, and she's we treat her like family with my wife and I, and she's a very special individual for our family. As I begin this evening to speak to the opposition party's opposition motion, I need to reflect, and I reflect on this and what our party has put in place since day one when I was elected and we formed government in 2015, and everything we've done to move Canada forward, to invest in Canadians, to strengthen our middle class, and to assist those working hard to join the middle class. And I think about the Canada Child Benefit and what we've done there. I think about the Canada Workers Benefit, which we strengthened 3 times now, and checks will be arriving to those individuals, hardworking, low-income, middle-income Canadians that will benefit from this. I would like to say, Madame la Présidente, I will be splitting my time with the most honourable and learned and scholars, one of them that I get to have the pleasure to work with, the member from London North Centre. Before I forget to do that, so I'll do that now. Getting back to the measures we put in place, the Canada Child Benefit, which has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, the Canada's Workers Benefit, which again lifts working class Canadians, lower income Canadians, who benefit from a measure, first introduced actually, before our prior government, but what we've strengthened so much. The Climate Action Incentive Plan, the $10 a day care plan, eliminating interest on student loans and apprenticeships. And the list goes on. Raising the basic personal expenditure amount to $15,000, a tax cut literally in the billions of dollars for Canadians. In 2015, lowering the middle income tax rate for middle income Canadians, billions of dollars back in the pockets of Canadians, and asking the most wealthy in our society to pay a little bit more. That is how you build an inclusive economy, Madame la Présidente. Signing trade deals, completing CETA, getting it across the finish line. We've seen trade between Canada and Europe. CUSMA, ensuring that we came out with a strong free trade deal between the United States and Mexico. Again, CPTPP, again, putting measures in. Lowering the small business tax rate from 11% to 9% for small businesses across this country. Putting in place a voluntary agreement, but also a second agreement to lower credit card fees for small and medium-sized enterprises across this country, literally saving them on swipe fees or transaction fees, billions of dollars in the coming years so they can invest back in their businesses. Madame la Présidente, since day one, our government has been focused on investing in Canadians, investing in Canada, ensuring we have a strong, favorable investment climate to create jobs. We've seen over 900,000 jobs get created here in this beautiful country since the pandemic was over. We've seen our GDP recover. We have had the backs of Canadians, Madam Speaker, and we will continue to do so. Just some formal remarks as I close off my time. I'd like to say merci, Madame la Présidente, de me offrir cette occasion de participer au débat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to take part in today's debate. I would like to state that, unlike what the opposition would like us to believe, the economic situation of all Canadians is not unique in the world. Inflation is a unique phenomenon, but we have made key investments in the budget in 2023, as well as in our last economic statement, the fall economic statement of 2022. The government is prioritizing those who need support the most. And I would also like to remind the official opposition that well before these tough economic times, our government was already investing in the middle class in order to grow the economy and to strengthen Canada's social safety net. All that with a view to make life more affordable for Canadians.
We introduced the Canada Child Benefit, which has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty.
Canada Child Benefit. Nous avons augmenté le supplément de...
We've increased the guaranteed income supplement for single seniors. We've increased old age security for those aged 75 and over, and enhanced the Canada Pension Plan with provincial partners to enable more seniors to enjoy the secure and dignified retirement they deserve. Madam Speaker.
10 provinces to enhance and expand the Canada Pension Plan, which will benefit Canadian workers for generations to come. Unlike the official opposition, which views the Canada Pension Plan as a tax, we view it as an investment in Canadians, in hardworking Canadians, so they can have a secured and dignified retirement. En 2021, nous avons fait un investissement.
In 2021, we made a historic investment in an affordable pan-Canadian early learning and childcare system. This has already resulted in an average 50% reduction in regulated childcare costs and lowered fees to just $10 a day in 6 provinces and territories.
And territories have reached $10 daycare. In the province of Ontario, we've seen a reduction of already 53%. And we continue. We worked, the education minister in the province of Ontario applauded this agreement. We've worked together on this. And we've invested, and we are saving families thousands of dollars of after-tax money. That is their money, and we're going to help them out. We're going to ensure kids have the best start in life, and we're going to ensure that national daycare plan, and obviously with C, the bill that was passed, we will ensure for generations. Et pour veiller à ce que chaque Canadien ait chez soi.
And to ensure that every Canadian has a safe and affordable home, we've proposed a plan that'll help Canada double the number of new homes built within a decade, help more Canadians buy their first home, and curb the unfair practices that are currently driving up prices. Madam Chair, with the time I have today, I want to focus on that last point, housing. We know that far too many Canadians, including young people and new Canadians, the dream of owning a home is increasingly out of reach, and paying rent has become more expensive across the country. And this lack of affordable housing is having an impact on our economy. Without more homes in our communities, it's hard for businesses to attract the workers they need to grow and succeed. And when people spend more of their income on housing, it means less money is spent in our communities. It's a long-standing and complex problem that requires a real plan. A real plan to tackle the multitude of factors that make housing more expensive in Canada. First and foremost, Madam Speaker, we believe that homes should be reserved for Canadians. They should not be financial assets. The federal government remains concerned about the financialization of housing across Canada and has introduced important measures in Budget 2022 to address this, including a 2-year ban on foreign investment in Canadian housing, a tax on underutilized foreign-owned homes, taxing sales contract assignments, and ensuring that those who precipitously resell properties or flip properties pay their fair share. While investors own a significant share of rental housing in Canada and will play an important role in the construction of new homes,
that's what I thought.
the government recognizes that too many Canadians have experienced excessive renovations.
I want to wish all my honourable colleagues a wonderful and safe summer for them and their families and all their loved ones. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? Point of order, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I believe you have received advance notice, and that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, when the House adjourns today, it shall stand adjourned until Monday, September 18th, 2023 at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Orders 24.1 and 28.2, provided that, for the purposes of any standing order, it shall be deemed to have sat on Thursday, June 22nd, 2023, and Friday, June 23rd, 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I've been advised by all recognized parties that they agree with this, that all those who are opposed to what the honourable member, leader of the government in the House has moved, please say nay.
In terms of the motion, all those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Mclean, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And obviously, the Liberals seem to have two contrary positions. In Budget 2022, it talked about a strategic policy review, and I'm quoting here that these efforts would target savings of $6 billion over 5 years and $3 billion annually by 2026, 2027. Madam Speaker, that's coincidentally when in last year's fall economic update, they showed that there would be a return to balance. Could the member say whether or not he supports a return to balance and believes we need to have those guardrails in place? And does he also think that the Prime Minister's characterization of anything that denotes responsible spending review as austerity is a bad situation for a Canadian government?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. I would like to first thank the honourable colleague and someone who I've known for many years in this House and I've actually travelled with, and I can say is a dear friend from Okanagan, Mclean, Nicola, for the question. As an economist, it's a very important question that I definitely would like to address. I've always believed in Canada, first of all, maintaining its AAA credit rating, that our deficit to GDP ratio should always be on a declining trend. It's a deficit to GDP ratio, which both are, and we are maintaining. We always must review our spending. I think it's a natural thing to do. In the budget, we've identified a number of savings in the budget that we are looking at, and it was in the budget 2023, excuse me. So we should continue to do that. We've maintained fiscal prudence in our government. We've done the right thing in having the backs of the Canadians during the pandemic. That's why we've recovered so quickly, and that was the right thing to do. And any economist you'll ask will state that. At the same time, we must be obviously fiscally prudent, and I've always believed in that, and I will continue to believe in that, and I will continue to advocate for that. And that's the trend path we are going on, and we'll continue to be on that path. Thank you, Madame.
Commentaire d'honorable député de Repentigny.
The member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. However, I'd like to raise an issue he did not address, the fiscal imbalance. The Liberal government spends too much money, and then the government says that there's not enough money left for health transfers, and I don't want my colleague to say that the provinces in Quebec have agreed to this, but they were forced into their current position. What does my colleague think of the fiscal imbalance? I would like to thank my colleague for her question. It's an important question. Regarding the relationship between the provinces and the federal government, our government has made great progress with the provinces on the health accord. The accord involves $200 billion, and we also worked together during the pandemic with all of the provinces to help the health of their citizens. So it's important that we continue in this vein. Again, it's important to collaborate with all of the provinces in our beautiful country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Courtenay-Albany.
Madam Speaker, we hear the Liberals say we've got everybody's backs. Well, I don't know about you, Madam Speaker, but where I live, you can drive around. I've never seen more homeless people in my entire life, and that's straight across the country. At least the Conservatives, we know they're not going to build purpose-built housing, Madam Speaker, but this government promises it. They're building 7,000 units a year on average, Madam Speaker, approximately. There's 300,000 people that have core housing needs right now. That's having people's backs, Madam Speaker. This is a crisis. When is this government going to stop propping up their wealthy friends, end these real estate income trusts, and make sure that they invest that money into making sure that people have a place to live?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. To the honourable member from Courtenay-Albany, housing is a core issue for all Canadians. What we are seeing here in Canada is actually what we are seeing worldwide. As part of the Canada-Europe delegation when we were in France 2 weeks ago, the headline on Le Monde was La crise dans le logement, crisis in housing, and it is an issue not only here in Canada. We are addressing it. We have the $4 billion accelerator fund. We have the rapid housing initiative. We are working with municipalities. We are working with provinces, ensuring they receive the resources they need. We do know a lot of zoning, a lot of issues with regards to housing are at the city level. The cities are the creatures of the provinces. We understand it's in our constitution, but Madame la Présidente, please understand that our government is grasped with this issue. We have been for many years, and will continue helping Canadians to ensure if they wish to purchase a home, have a home over their heads, that will be there for them. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here this evening and to speak to a motion which clearly is very clear, very simple, but which would have many negative repercussions on my riding of London and for the rest of the country. Madam Speaker, first, during the pandemic, what was our approach, the government's approach? Well, I believe it was a compassionate approach and a fair approach.
Compassionate and fair, so much so that a former Conservative Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney, just 2 days ago endorsed entirely the approach taken by this government during the pandemic, and the leadership of the Prime Minister in particular. That speaks volumes about the current state of the Conservative Party, not the Progressive Conservative Party, obviously, something that certainly has existed officially for many years now, dropping the progressive part from the official name, but something also more importantly that its former leader now sees very, very clearly. Not once did former Prime Minister Mulroney mention the leader of the opposition's name in his comments, which I thought was quite interesting and quite telling based on what is happening on the other side. I mention all of this, Madam Speaker. My intent here tonight is not to be overly partisan, but since the motion itself is partisan from start to finish, I think it is quite fair, in fact, to point out where current Conservatives stand in relation to giants of the Canadian Conservative political tradition. I mention here Brian Mulroney. I could have also mentioned Joe Clark, Madam Speaker. What we ultimately have at stake here, if we look at the motion and think about it in broad terms, is a debate about the view of government. What is the place of government, particularly during trying times, during a time of inflation, which does exist, which not a single member on this side, not a single member in this House, regardless of their party affiliation, will deny. It remains a hard time out there. I hear it from constituents. I make a point of regularly engaging the community, and I do hear about the challenges that they're facing, paying for gas, paying for rent, paying for groceries. And so it begs the question, what approach should be taken during this time to address the challenges that Canadians are facing? On the one hand, we have an approach offered by the Conservatives, which very clearly states, I mean, it's not even subtle, it's quite direct, that regardless of the context, regardless of the circumstance, that people should fend for themselves, that every individual is responsible for their own actions, and therefore, if one takes that seriously, as my Conservative colleagues do, then individuals need to find their way. Yes, government should exist. It should provide the very basics in the form of a military, a police force, basic infrastructure. But apart from those things, it's up to the state to get out of the way and allow individuals to succeed or to fail. And it ignores entirely within that context, within that frame, Madam Speaker, the economic plight and position that one might be in to get to that outcome, whether it is success or failure. It is something devoid of context altogether. My friends on the other side and their leader are known to quote philosophers from time to time, people like Adam Smith, who they will use as justification for their policies. If one looks at the work of Adam Smith, they will recognize immediately someone who had a very responsible point of view that didn't only place incredible priority on the rights of the individual, but also placed incredible priority on the community and the need of the community to support the individual. That is the context, that is the missing link that Conservatives offer when they try to justify their policies. And I just reference a philosopher. There's other examples that one could give where this approach, unfortunately, is taken. On the other hand, you have the approach taken by the government, an approach that I support, an approach that I think colleagues in other opposition parties, by and large, take seriously as well. And that is the idea, the notion, that one needs to be there for individuals during very difficult times, particularly the most vulnerable. And I think, Madam Speaker, if you look at what the government has done, particularly in recent years, and I would submit to you, Madam Speaker, during this session of Parliament, since it's our last day here, I think it's important to reflect on what's been achieved during this last or most latest session of Parliament. Dental care, child care, things like this that champions, social champions, for years advocated for have now been put into place by this government, by other parliamentarians. And yes, I look to the colleagues in the NDP and thank them for their support. But the government acted on these things, and we see thousands of Canadians benefiting. The childcare fees brought down, cut in half at least, even more in many provinces already. So we will get, I think, I'm quite confident, to that $10 a day level, certainly by 2026, if not sooner across the country. Dental care. To start with, it's for children, but it will be expanded, and all Canadians who fall within the eligibility criteria will get access to a dentist where they didn't have that before. There should never be a time when a Canadian lacks access to that very important part of healthcare. And dental care is healthcare. Oral healthcare is as important as the rest of it, Madam Speaker. Those are examples, and I could give many other examples, Madam Speaker. I've limited time of how government is there for people and needs to be there during trying times, and particularly the most vulnerable among us. Now, the motion, as you see, calls for the budget to be balanced, which on the face of it, I mean, how could one stand up against that? But one has to think in terms of the consequence. For every action, there is a reaction. It is a timeless truth. It's true of the sciences. It's true of public policy. I asked my Conservative friends, and they never have an answer for this, Madam Speaker. Never once do they have an answer for what they would cut to get to a balanced budget. Would they cut pensions? They would have to. Would they cut unemployment insurance? They would have to. What about the historic healthcare deal that was finalized by this government in support of provinces and territories? They would cut that as well. Childcare, they voted for it the other night on third reading. I was quite surprised, but I think it's a political ploy because we know that if they were ever to form government rather, they would cut childcare as well. What about also the most important crisis of our time? Inflation is certainly the challenge, if not the crisis of the moment. But if we look more broadly, Madam Speaker, and think in those terms, we will recognize immediately that climate change is our most important challenge. And we have an obligation as parliamentarians to put that front and center. This government, and they can disagree with the actions taken with respect to carbon pricing, among other things, this government has made it a priority. It has been said before that this government has followed the example of Brian Mulroney and been the government that, compared to others, has done the most in Canadian history to advance a climate change agenda. That ends should a Conservative government form, particularly under this opposition leader, who, I take it from his comments, does believe in climate change, but I wonder if he really does, because if the solutions that he's offered are to say anything, he in fact only believes in it as a slogan. He says that to get the attention of centrist voters and nothing more. These are the issues at stake. What would they cut, Madam Speaker, to get to balance? They would cut all of it, Madam Speaker, and leave behind a country that that would be entirely changed. Stephen Harper made that commitment. He almost made it a reality. He said that if he became Prime Minister, you wouldn't recognize Canada. Thankfully, we recognize Canada still, but with that opposition leader, we know that he would take that approach and multiply it tenfold. That's why I, as a Member of Parliament, I join with fellow colleagues on this side of the House, want to make clear that we stand against that every step of the way. We also stand against it for another reason. The complete irresponsibility of that side to offer anything concrete apart from things like cryptocurrency as some sort of hedge against inflation. That is deeply irresponsible. It makes no sense in the current context. And I wonder what colleagues on the other side are trying to do when they advocate for it. So I will end my comments there, Madam Speaker. I look forward to questions on this important issue.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to clarify one thing. The member said that the motion called for the government to balance the budget. Actually, the motion calls simply for a plan from this government to balance the budget, which I thought they had because in November they tabled the fall economic statement, which called for a balanced budget in 27-28. Now, the member has equated somehow through his warped logic that balancing the budget equates to cuts. So I ask him, given the fact that the government's plan is to balance the budget by 27-28, what are they going to cut?
Yeah. The Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank the member because when we worked together on the Finance Committee a number of years ago, I thought we worked very well together. I'm not sure what's happened, Madam Speaker, for him to take a negative tone here tonight, but I think I see his sense of humor. I know where he's coming from. I know he raises those points in good nature. And I'll simply offer back what's very clear, and that is that the deficit is coming down in a very, very pronounced way. That's what happens when you focus on setting the table in a way that encourages economic growth. And that will continue, Madam Speaker. Where is the Conservative Party on issues like the Volkswagen plant in the community of St. Thomas that's just down the road from London, Ontario? They're against that investment, the 3,000 jobs it would create, not to mention the billions of dollars of economic growth that comes as a result of investments like that. What they're calling for in this motion would prevent Volkswagen from going forward.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I asked this question earlier to my Conservative colleague, and I'll ask it again. My colleague says he's concerned about climate change. In 2022, there were $275 billion spent to recover from climate disasters. That same year, the 5 biggest oil companies made $220 billion in profits. And this government, which spends a lot and which spends poorly, decided to spend $20 billion to subsidize big oil. They spent $30 billion on Trans Mountain. Does my colleague believe that this is in line with the desire to fight against climate change? And does he think that these are good, acceptable expenses?
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, what is clear is that the approach of our government is a responsible one. So I disagree with my colleague. What is the alternative? I see. I heard no alternative being proposed by my colleague.
Offered to the ideas I put forward. Yes, he did raise concerns with what the government has done with respect to a number of things, namely Trans Mountain, but I would submit to him that if the government would have gone in the direction that he prefers, we would have had thousands of people, thousands of Canadians out of work. The government made the right choice in that case. It was a choice in the national interest, a difficult one, but again, one within the national interest, and its environmental policy certainly provides a balance.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe, a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague and my neighbour for that speech. I do notice he said the support of the NDP, and I would like to say the leadership, considering only a few years ago in the last government he voted against that same dental care bill. But I'm really glad to see that he is now so for it, and he sees the value of that. And so one of the other issues that, of course, we in London share, across the country we share this, is of course the issue of housing, affordable housing and renovictions. In my riding, very close to his, tenants at the Webster Street apartments have been facing those renovictions, and there are serious consequences of that. Of course, we've called on the government to create a housing acquisition fund to ensure that that rent remains affordable, so that not-for-profits or cities or what have you can actually buy up the selling of those buildings that are being bought up by large market-based corporations. This is another great idea by the NDP. Could he comment on that? Thank you.
A brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Always interesting to hear from my colleague, yes, down the way in London Fanshawe. First of all, on the specific issue she just raised, I'd need to see more in the way of that. Yes, we all care about housing here, but I did see her and the leader of the NDP in London raising this idea, but there's not much detail. There's precious little detail, and so one can't comment on that in any meaningful way. On the other issues raised, when the NDP has raised in the past dental care, it's not an approach that left a lot of detail. I couldn't support it then. There's more detail now, and I supported it, of course.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, and it's a privilege and honor to rise tonight in this House of Commons, perhaps on the last day of this cohort of Parliament here. So I'd like to start by saying that I will be splitting my time with the fabulous member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, who was first elected in the year 2000 when she was 12 years old, the youngest parliamentarian in Canadian history. So thank you very much, and like I said, an honor and privilege to serve and also to talk to this motion today. Of course, this is our motion, the Conservative Party motion, and I must say it's a very reasonable motion. I'm hoping that we'll get unanimous support across the aisle for that. It raises such concepts as the fact that we need to have a balanced budget. In fact, it doesn't even say that we're committing to a balanced budget. We're asking this government merely for a plan to get to a balanced budget. And as my colleague from Manitoba said just earlier, it's something actually that the Liberal government had in their plans just less than 9 months ago. In their fall economic statement, they actually called for a balanced budget in 2027 to 28. And much has changed since then, including $60 billion in new spending, and an increase in uptake in the debt to GDP ratio, despite the fact that the finance minister said just 6 months ago or so, or 9 months maybe, is that we would not see an increase in the debt to GDP ratio. This is a line we will not cross. Well, the line was crossed, and now the trajectory is for the debt to GDP ratio to go up. We talk about in our motion the fact that the IMF has warned that Canada has the most risk of a massive mortgage default. That's just fact. I'm sure everyone can agree to that. The average mortgage payments are up 122% since this Prime Minister took office. Once again, that's just fact. It's just saying that the grass is green, the sky is blue. And that Canadian households have most debt as a share of GDP of any country in GDP, or in the G7. Once again, that is just fact, and like I said, I'm hopeful that we'll get unanimous support for our motion, and all we are calling upon, we're not even saying that this government needs to balance the budget, we're asking for a plan to balance that budget. But let me explain to you a little bit and give you some context as to why this government may not support this. When we look at balancing a budget for a government, it's really, in the high-level terms, not much much different than balancing the budget for a household or for a business. You've got revenue on one side and expenses on the other. So I'm going to start out talking about revenue and the struggles that this government is no doubt having, and why, part of the reason why they may not be able to get to a balanced budget. We actually are facing, in accordance to Philip Cross, former lead statistician for the Government of Canada, for Statistics Canada, and according to him, we are facing the lowest economic growth of the last decade that we've had since the Great Depression, since the 1930s, in other words. That's 0.8 per capita percent over the last 10 years. That's basically stagnant or no growth over the last 10 years. That's a fraction of what it would be in the United States, a fraction of what it would be in Switzerland, a fraction of what it would be in Ireland. And so we are an outlier in terms of our poor economic growth per capita. It's true that if you look at the entire GDP of the country, it's a little bit more of a positive note, but that's simply because we've had high levels of immigration. And so it's not really a great thing to say that we are of course bringing in newcomers, which is fantastic, but we are not actually increasing the GDP per capita. We're having newcomers come in, and unfortunately having struggles economic. They cannot find housing. Of course, we've had the recent immigration scandal with the students, and we need to be much more accommodating and welcoming to our newcomers, in my opinion, but that's a digression. The reality is that the per capita GDP is at 0.8 over the last 10 years. That's the lowest in the G7, the lowest in the OECD, and it's an absolutely abysmal number. So then we go to, okay, well why is revenue so low on the government side? Why are we not getting that economic growth? Well, there's some policy reasons for that. One is that our productivity is amongst the lowest in the OECD and amongst the lowest in the G7. Productivity is measured in contribution per worker per hour to GDP. If we look at Switzerland, they're at 55. If we look in the United States, they're at 65. This is 2018 numbers. You can source this. And if you look at Ireland, they're at 84. These are countries without our land, without our incredible resources, and most notably, I believe we have the hardest working, most well-educated, smartest people in the world here in Canada. And yet we have a lower productivity than most of the advanced economies. We are, to finish my story, at $50.
Now, there is a notable exception to that in Canada. We do have one sector of our economy that is just absolutely blowing out the roof, doing fabulous. And that is actually our energy sector. That is well over $500 per hour, 10 times as much as the average. And what is this government doing? They're trying to eliminate Canadian energy. Well, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, if our productivity numbers don't look good now, and they don't, in the absence of our energy sector, we will be in deep, deep trouble. Our prosperity as a country will be put in jeopardy. So we have that productivity issue, and so then we look under the hood. Well, what's creating that productivity? Well, there's a problem. There's a number of issues. One is we are forecasted to have the lowest capital investment in the OECD over the next 20 years, I believe it is. Once again, all the numbers that I'm going to say are completely sourceable and can be cited. And so what that's doing is that when you don't have capital that comes into the country to refurbish machines and factories, to build new buildings, to create new infrastructure, is that infrastructure, those equipment, that buildings, they all get out of date, and that reduces your competitiveness. You can imagine if you've got a machine in a factory that was built in 2023, and you're competing against another factory that has machinery that was built in 1960. Obviously, the one built in 2023 is going to have a huge event. And this government is pushing away capital. And how are they doing that? Well, they're adding uncertainty. So just in their most recent budget alone, they had 2 provisions for retroactive taxation. Retroactive taxation is going back in time and saying, remember how we told you your bill was X? Well, no, we're changing that. We're changing it to Y. That's something you see in unadvanced economies, something that you see in very poor economic performance. That's something, quite frankly, you see in authoritarian regimes. You can't just go back in time and change what the bill was on the customer, in this case, the taxpayer. And so we're pushing away that capital. Another significant issue which is undermining our productivity numbers is our innovation framework. So our innovation framework in Canada is amongst the worst in the G7, amongst the worst in the OECD. Canadians are producing great ideas, and I say that to differentiate. I say ideas instead of intellectual property, because our ideas are not becoming intellectual property, because we don't have the appropriate government regulation and framework in place to capture those ideas and make sure that Canadians have prosperity from them. What's actually happening today, unfortunately, is that our universities, our young people, our innovators, our entrepreneurs are coming up with amazing ideas. And you know what? Those ideas are actually becoming commercial successes. The trouble is, not in Canada. So they're becoming successes in the United States of America. They're becoming successes in Ireland. They're becoming successes around the world, but not here in Canada, because we don't have the government framework to capture those ideas, to put in place the conditions precedent to make sure that we exploit fully those resources. And so what's happened is our ideas go offshore. They manufacture products, they create services, and with no money to the Canadian public, and then they're sold back to us at an incredibly high price. And so we get hurt both ways. I could go on, and I wish I had another 20 minutes to talk here, but I've only got a minute left, and I've only talked a little bit about the revenue side, but I'll talk briefly about the expense side. This Prime Minister came into office saying that he would balance the budget within a couple years. We never saw that budget get balanced. We saw in the fall economic statement that there was a plan to balance the budget, yet we see no balance in sight now, according to the budget. When you have a government that is sucking the oxygen out of the economy, that is pulling the fuel from the economy and taking it out, you are slowing down the private sector, which is leading to a productivity crisis in Canada, which is putting the prosperity of our nation at risk. We need a country, we need a leader, we need a government that will balance our budgets, turn hurt into hope. For your home, my home, our home, let's bring it home.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Lac St. Louis.
The whole notion of productivity can be a little slippery. Yes, it's GDP per inhabitant, but you know, GDP, especially in a country like Canada with a strong oil and gas sector, if the price of oil and gas goes up, then productivity numbers will go up. And the member was citing 2018 figures, well, the price of oil was rather low, so naturally Canada's productivity, using that simple measure of GDP per person, would have been low. But the other thing about productivity is that to ensure long-term productivity, you need innovation. And so just, having your productivity go up because the price of oil goes up doesn't mean you're innovating. Now, to innovate, you need to invest in technologies, especially green technologies. So to invest, you need money. Sometimes you need government money. So we're spending, in the budgets, we're spending to invest in a clean technology revolution that's going to increase Canadian productivity in the long term in a sustainable way, and that's what's important, Madam Speaker.
Good job. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Winston Churchill said it perhaps best when he said that a nation trying to tax itself into prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket pulling the handle trying to lift himself up. The government does not create wealth. The private sector does. And for this government to take more and more fuel from the private sector and waste it on things like the Asian infrastructure, a Rive scam, numerous other government fiats, it will destroy our economy, and this government continues to put the future of Canadians at risk.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to suggest a few things to my colleague, because as he was finishing his speech, he was saying, I only have a little bit of time left and I still haven't talked about expenses. The Conservatives like to talk about balanced budget, but how are we going to get there? I get the sense that they would bring us towards austerity. So I have a few suggestions to avoid austerity. For example, the government could stop throwing money at Trans Mountain. $30 billion have been sunk into this hole. The government could also, for example, go after tax havens. To govern, you do need to plan. So a plan for balanced budget, that does make sense. But how should that plan be written? How does one get to balanced budgets? What does my colleague think of my suggestions?
Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Merci for
Thank you for a very good question.
Is relatively easy. One is that there are millions and millions of dollars in waste. So there's hundreds of millions of dollars that have been sent to the Asian Infrastructure Bank. There's $50 million to MasterCard. There's millions of dollars to Loblaws. There's millions of dollars for a Rive scam. I am confident that when we come in and we form government, when the Conservative Party forms government, we will be able to put in place the savings that are necessary to maintain the great social safety network that we have while being prudent and ensuring our prosperity for years to come. And with respect to pipelines, we would have never socialized the pipeline. We would have allowed the private sector to do it because we need Canadian energy, because Canadian energy is keeping our economy afloat.
Some comments, the honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the member spoke largely in slogans, and here's a slogan for him. In the year 2000, 28% of just 15% was the difference of the corporate tax rate at that time. That difference made up a loss of revenue for the country. And that loss of revenue, as a matter of fact, disproportionately impacted our ability to fund and create programs. Another fact is the reality that just 1% of Canadians today own 25% of Canada's wealth. New Democrats have called for a windfall tax to ensure that what the member says is actually maybe even made true or even truer. The fact that the private sector creates wealth, the member said, it's actually not the private sector, it's workers who are making that. Why aren't they getting the advantage of making sure that they get good paychecks? It's because policies that are being put forward by the member from the Conservative Party is that we should just slash and burn and make sure that those who are poor continue to get less while we make sure that those tax loopholes that continue to occupy the minds of the wealthiest in this country continue to get away with it. What amount of money is enough?
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, can have a brief answer, please.
Yeah, so the fact is that actually the marginal effective tax rate for people under $50,000, they're actually paying more than 50% in taxation. So when you're calling for tax hikes, you're calling to hurt the most vulnerable. The reality is in Canada, the corporate tax ratio is 9%, or 12%. In the rest of the OECD, it's 9%. It's 30 to 40% higher. And I'll tell you what Neil Brooks, NDP member, and my law professor said to me many years ago: corporations don't pay taxes. Workers, shareholders,
and employees do. So when you slash and burn corporations, you are hurting workers, and that's what the NDP desperately need to understand.
Resuming debate, the honourable for Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise on behalf of the fiscally responsible constituents of Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke. The Ottawa Valley is as diverse as it is beautiful. The average day of a soldier in Petawawa is very different from a farmer's day. A nuclear scientist in Deep River has very different challenges than a logger in Wilno. Despite their different backgrounds and daily routines, every single one of them understands what it means to be fiscally responsible. Yet listening to the Liberals and my colleagues, it seems as though the government has a different understanding. For most Canadians, to be responsible with money is to live within your means. Our finance minister's understanding of fiscal responsibility seems to be torn from the pages of a Disney fairy tale. Like a naive, entitled Disney princess, our finance minister's advice to Canadians struggling with inflation is, let them eat Netflix. Canadians should set aside the minister's advice on how to save on streaming costs. As with every other policy priority, the Liberal goal is to make life unaffordable. And this costly coalition's online streaming tax will only increase the cost of enjoying a movie. This costly coalition's carbon tax will triple the costs of anything which requires energy, which is everything. This costly coalition's clean fuel regulations will make gasoline more expensive while simultaneously ruining your two-stroke engines from the added ethanol. This costly coalition's latest budget will only spur more inflation. Every extra dollar this out-of-control socialist coalition borrows and spends puts pressure on the Bank of Canada to increase interest rates. Every rate hike means more money going to wealthy bondholders and less money for critical services and national security. Canadians are drowning in a sea of rising inflation, and the Liberal plan is to throw water bottles at them. During his recent speech on the budget, our leader quoted from Ecclesiastes, quote, "What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun," end quote. When it comes to this particular government, that quote hits hard. Canadians are learning there's nothing new under the sun of Pierre Trudeau. Just like his father, he swept to power with a mania that seemed to capture the spirit of the times. Within 4 years, that spirit was dead, and disillusioned Canadians returned a minority government. Like father, like son, both cut expensive deals with the NDP. Both of them repudiated the fiscal policies of their Liberal predecessors. If someone told me when I was first elected that I'd feel pity for the legacy of Paul Martin, I'd have suggested they seek professional help. And here we stand in the wreckage and ruins of Canada's consensus that budgets should be balanced. After 8 years of Pierre Trudeau, Canadians found themselves living with stagflation. After 16 years of Pierre Trudeau, Canada was on the brink of bankruptcy. Pierre Trudeau was in power for 16 years, and it took another 16 years just to get back to balance. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, the situation might have even been worse than it was in 1984. As much as this Prime Minister would like to live in a fantasy world where budgets balance themselves, Conservatives believe in reality-based policy. The hard truth some Canadians will need to relearn is that progressive socialism always fails everywhere it's tried because eventually they run out of other people's money. Unfortunately, progressive socialists never admit they're economically illiterate and historically blind. When they've taxed away all your income, they'll come for your savings next. When progressive socialists turn government into a gravy train, we should not be surprised that groups of people begin to fight for the best seats on board. But it doesn't have to be this way. And it's not too late for this government to change course. That's why Conservatives are calling on the government to come back with a plan to balance the budget. Canadians should remember these Liberals claimed they did have a plan. Originally, the plan was to run itsy-bitsy deficits of $10 billion for 2 years.
Up for a second. I'm going to ask the honourable members that are having a conversation in the corner to please take it out. The honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke.
That extra $20 billion over 2 years was supposed to be invested in infrastructure. What happened when the plan met reality? They doubled their deficits and managed not to spend a single dollar on infrastructure. The Prime Minister thought he could snap his fingers and force the public service to get shovels in the ground. When that plan failed, he hired his friends at McKinsey to form a special advisory council. That special advisory council recommended the Liberals create an infrastructure bank as a way to leverage pension funds into investing in public infrastructure. So in 2017, when the budget was supposed to be balanced, the Liberals announced plans for an infrastructure bank and even bigger deficits. Coincidentally, when the Liberals needed someone to run their expensive new bank, they appointed one of the members from the Special Advisory Council who just happened to be the head of the pension fund. At this point, Canada had taken on twice as much debt as the Liberals had promised, and still not a single new infrastructure project had been built. Coincidentally, when the fake infrastructure bank finally announced its first project it would be funding, it just so happened that the project was the very same one the head of the bank had previously lobbied for. The Liberals were so impressed, they made the head of the infrastructure bank the Deputy Finance Minister. That would be the same Deputy who oversaw this terrible budget, which commits massive subsidies to foreign tech companies and provincial electricity utilities. Coincidentally, that Deputy Finance Minister and former infrastructure bank head has now left Ottawa to head up a provincial electricity utility. It's just truly remarkable how many coincidences pile up around Liberals and tax dollars. Sort of like that coincidence when some advertising agencies all started making large donations to Liberals after receiving large contracts from the Liberals. Or the coincidence that this government would ignore warnings about communist interference, while former Communist Cabinet Minister and defrocked Ambassador John McCallum was encouraging the Communists to support the Liberal Party and warning them of the threat posed by a Conservative government. All just a coincidence. Madam Speaker, I can see from the angry faces across the aisle just how much they appreciate hearing the hard truth. I expect one will jump up shortly to ask me when did I stop beating my husband and how much do I want to cut from childcare and dental care. After 8 years, they become tired and predictable. The spending on childcare and dental care is a tiny fraction of the government's massive deficits. What they're really spending money on are the giant foreign corporations and provincial electricity utilities. And this is all part of their green grift. This is the Telford Butts game plan. In Ontario, they brought the Green Energy Act into force. It drove up the cost of electricity. It forced thousands of manufacturers to leave the province and destroyed 60,000 net jobs, according to the Auditor General. They used tax dollars to subsidize green energy corporations who coincidentally were all run by well-connected Liberals. After that disaster, they packed up their taxpayer-funded moving vans and came to Ottawa to repeat the plan all over again. Now, the federal government has been saddled with massive deficits to pay for massive subsidies to well-connected companies. And eventually, these progressive socialists will run out of other people's money. But by then, it'll be too late. They'll have hopped on a private jet to go surfing in Tofino, just like 1984. Conservatives will have to come in and clean up this mess. It took 16 years of Gerretsen slashing public sector payrolls to get Canada back to balance after 16 years under Pierre Trudeau. And the longer it takes to throw out this costly socialist coalition, the longer it'll take to clean up this mess. Conservatives had a saying, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Well, in 2015, Canada wasn't broken, and we had a balanced budget. We had passport services you could rely on. Crime was continuing on a 25-year decline, but this Prime Minister saw Canada as a racist oppressor state in need of fixing. Now our country is broken. Our social fabric is frayed, and our democracy is under attack. But it doesn't have to be this way. Conservatives are ready to get to work. We'll balance the budget, restore order, and get Canada working again.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Avalon. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for our somewhat exciting speech of condemning the current Liberal government, but I suppose somewhere down the road they'll realise that not everything is as it seems. But I want to ask the member, the Bloc, for example, are saying we're supporting oil too much. We're supporting the oil companies. The Conservatives say we're ruining the oil industry by not helping them more. So how do you square that circle? And yes, I will ask, what programme would the Conservative Party cut to balance the budget? Would it be the Canada Child Benefit, or would they just make seniors work till 67 or maybe 70 to help balance the budget? Because that's what the Conservatives are made of. That's what they've always been made of.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Circle, I'm not, Madam Speaker, I don't know how I'm supposed to put a circle around the Bloc, but suffice it to say that we're not in agreement with the separatists on what they want to do by taxing and making fossil fuels more unaffordable, when that's what's driving people to poverty and making them unable to pay for food. Our people are going hungry specifically because they're decreasing the availability of our resource of oil and gas. And as far as the green experiment goes, we've lived that in Ontario. It drove the cost of hydro up to the point where people had to choose back then whether or not to heat or eat.
Comments? The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member spoke about a grift. How's this for a grift? Oil and gas companies last year alone raised the price of fuel on their margins alone 18 cents a litre. That helped them create profits, the 5 biggest oil and gas companies alone, of over $38 billion. On top of that, the federal government gave them what she would call a handout of $22 billion more. How is that not the biggest grift in the country? And is she going to stand up and say that it's time to get rid of that grift?
That's a grift. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, let's talk about grift, or should we call it dark green money? Not half an hour outside of Ottawa, there was what at one time was the most massive solar farm in Ontario. It was owned by and leased by the government of France. Now, Ontario Hydro, they map out all the electricity generators in Ontario on a map, and they also put on how much electricity they've produced. Well, all the hundreds of millions we've been paying, and every month we continue to do so, pay this green grift to the country of France, who in turn puts it in different foundations, and these foundations make it into family trust funds to eventually reward the people who directed the money in the first place. After all those millions, not one single watt of electricity has ever been generated in what used to be the largest solar farm in Ontario.
Absolutely. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my valued colleague from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, I want to thank her for her speech. Could she just remind Canadians why a carbon tax is a tax on everything and why 61 cents a litre to the cost of fuel is going to make life even more unaffordable? And the policies of this current government are a disaster for inflation, and we need to get back to balanced budgets.
The honourable member for Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke has 50 seconds to respond.
Well, Madam Speaker, the cost of fuel impacts the cost of everything. In fact, it takes fuel to manufacture fertilizer. Then you have to use energy to force the fertilizer and spread it across and ship it to the different farmers. Then it costs money to spread the fertilizer. It costs energy that comes from people's money to plant the crops. It takes energy to harvest the crops. It takes energy to ship the crops to the processors. It takes energy to process the crops into food. It takes energy to ship the food to stores. All this costs energy, and when they drive up the taxes on energy, Canadians starve.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. It is an honour, as always, to be in the House of Commons to speak on this Opposition Day motion, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Richmond Centre. And Speaker, I think what you'll hear from me for the next 10 minutes is pretty much a direct contrast to what you heard for the last 15 minutes from the member from Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke. I'm pleased to speak on this motion because it allows me to reinforce, I believe, the objective of what the 2023 budget was here that recently just passed. And we know that the Conservatives did vote against that budget. They voted against the budget because they saw that the investments that we were making were opposite of the direction that they feel this country should be going in. And they see it as a waste of money. I've always seen this budget as an investment into people. So I'm proud to stand in the House of Commons and to speak on this motion because it allows me to speak about the direction in which this government's going in. And there's no question, I think we can all agree on all sides of the House that we do have a challenge here in Canada. There's an affordability challenge, and it doesn't matter where you go in the country, people are struggling. Many people are struggling, and we see it every single day. You go into my community, and you can see that people are challenged. So we agree on that, but what we disagree with is how we respond to that challenge. I think that when we can take resources and invest it into children, invest into families, into healthcare, education, seniors, into the people of Ontario, it's the best investment we can make. When we invest into our economy, invest into infrastructure, when we support the belief that polluting is not good for our environment, therefore not good for our economy, these are the types of things that I think help define who I am and what brought me to this House. And I've been elected for 20 years now. Not in this House. I've only been here for 2 years, but I was elected at the school board and I was elected at the Ontario Legislature. And I've seen these two different responses happen over and over and over again. You could be at the local municipal level and see conservative ideology jump in, of course at the Ontario Legislature and here. So this is nothing new to me. The Conservative game plan is always the same. They will attack if they're in opposition, they'll attack the way in which government's spending. They will criticize, but they'll do something to portray that there's a better way going forward, that they can offer a better solution to the challenges that we have. But if you just look into the past, you can look at Harper's time in government, and you can see that when we went through one of the worst economic challenges back in 2008, 2009, we saw how the Conservatives responded, and we paid a huge price for it. People forget on that side of the House that Stephen Harper ran the largest deficit in the history of this country. Conservatives, I don't know if Conservatives remember that. Maybe they forgot that Stephen Harper ran the largest deficit in the history of Canada up until COVID. 100%. This is true. You just have to check the records. But it seems like the Conservatives forgot this. But during that time, when we were going through our worst economic challenge back in 2008, 2009, The Conservatives responded by just cutting. Not investing, by cutting. And I'll tell you some of the things they cut, because I was around. I was at the school board and then the Ontario legislature after, and I saw the cuts that this House made. And I'll give you a couple of examples of those cuts. They made the largest single cuts in the history of this country for literacy and basic skills. Imagine, when 42% of our country was struggling with some form of literacy, back in 2008, 2009, the Harper government decided to make cuts to literacy and basic skills, the largest cuts ever. And we knew back then, even the statistics by the Conference Board of Canada a decade ago said a 1% increase in literacy and basic skill was like a 2.5% increase in our economy. I don't think that there's anyone in this House that can deny the correlation between literacy, education, and economic output. No one can deny that. But the Conservatives will make cuts. Now, let's talk about immigration. Back in 2011, 2012, during that challenging time, the Harper government decided to cut services to immigrants. It was healthcare services. Anyone in Canada knows that part of our economic success in this country has been by bringing newcomers into the country and then them working within the economy and boosting the economy. It's what's made Canada great since its inception. But during that economic challenging times under the Harper government, they decided to do something what was unthinkable: cut healthcare services to immigrants, to refugees. That was the response by a Conservative government. Our approach has always been different. Liberals in this country invest in education. They invest into the economy. They invest into people. Do you think that during COVID, which I want to remind viewers tonight, anyone who's watching, that during COVID, the Conservative government voted against investing into people? They did not, the rhetoric you hear today, they don't want to invest into people. They say they would rather take the approach that you cut taxes, you give money to big corporations who then can, generate more wealth and more economy. And it's based on this 1978 Reagan economics, Reaganomics, 1980, ideology that's so old. It doesn't work. We know it doesn't work because we've seen it. We've seen it fail in the States. We've seen it fail in Canada. So what we decided to do as Liberals is let's invest in people. Let's make sure the young people in our country today have the type of investments necessary so when they get older, they can actually contribute to the economy. Could you imagine, and I brought this up during the fall economic statement, Madam Speaker, that we heard the rhetoric from the other side of the House, rhetoric that said we shouldn't invest into dental care for children. We heard rhetoric around not investing into child care for children. Or how about a $500 rebate so you can, the affordability issue around your house? Or, different types of incentives that help Canadians, like the grocery rebate. People were debating this and saying it's not good. Well, I'll tell you, when people are down, when people are feeling like they're struggling to get along, what you do is you invest in that person so that they can go ahead and build themselves up to contribute to our great economy here. Well, I want to talk about some of the changes we've seen over the last few years. Since COVID, we've seen an increase of almost 900,000 jobs in this country. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but something must be working. If 900,000 jobs have been created since the pandemic, so if we have almost I'll go from 900,000 to almost 1 million jobs. If almost 1 million jobs were created since that time period, how can anyone on that side of the House argue that the strategy that's being put in place isn't working? Do you not think that the million folks that are working within the economy and taking down interest rate levels from 8.5% to 4.4%, compared to other jurisdictions around the world, we're doing the best? Almost 1 million jobs and cutting the inflation rate by half. Something is working. And our economy, the numbers say everything. But you know what? The Conservatives will twist things up. It's part of the strategy they use. Conservatives will use any tool necessary to divide Canadians in order to seize power. So rather than running on ideas, on beliefs, on approaches, what Conservatives do is they pick and poke at anything that is frustrating a person out there in Canada, and they leverage it in a way so they can divide Canadians. And once they divide Canadians, they use that in order to get back into power without offering any solutions. So I challenge the Conservatives' approach to building our economy. I will always stand here as a Liberal and speak about how we can invest into people into this country, invest into families and support our seniors, our students. And I believe without a question that this approach that we've taken here by investing into people will be the approach that will help build Canada up to even stronger economic outputs in the future. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Charles Wood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened with interest to the member's speech. He said something to the effect that, Liberals don't cut anything, they never cut anything, they always make investments. I wonder if he is aware of the most draconian budget in Canadian history. A government that actually not just cut program spending, but actually cut health transfers and education transfers to provinces. It was delivered on February 27th, 1995 by then Finance Minister Paul Martin. I wonder if he could advise as to whether or not he's aware of those cuts.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Well, Madam Speaker, if you go out there and speak to the average Canadian, they'll tell you that that they appreciate the work of Jean Chrétien. He's probably one of the most loved prime ministers that we've had in this country. So he must have been doing something right. For the member to take, one specific incident and apply it to everything Liberals do is wrong. But I can take hundreds of incidents where Conservatives have made cuts and made it part of their way they actually run government. And that's just their ideology. That's what their approach has always been. And I don't think it's something he can actually use as a comparable.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
Today I stood with the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs, and they talked about the emergency that we're in Canada, that we're short 15,000 volunteer firefighters, that they've seen a rapid decline while this government's been in power of 29% of volunteer firefighters. We know that they're dealing with inflation. They have not seen an increase in their firefighter tax credit since 2013, a decade. They're asking for $30 million to be spread out over the 90,000 fires each year, Madam Speaker. Like we're talking about less than 5% increase since 2013. And we know public servants have seen it. We've seen the private sector. Through you, Madam Speaker, to my colleague, they continue to find billions of dollars for corporations to finance them. Does he not agree that the government should be increasing the volunteer firefighter tax credit to help with recruitment, respect for firefighters, and retention of firefighters?
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Quebec.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, I'm happy to hear that the member opposite has brought up firefighters and, acknowledged the value of firefighters in our country, in our provinces, in our municipalities. In fact, I was proud to work with firefighters for many years to look for ways to increase the types of cancers that would be eligible for firefighters to claim some type of compensation, or their families if they suffered or were inflicted by forms of cancer. And I know that we have members on this side of the House that have been championing these issues. I think that our firefighters here in Canada are valuable, and as a government and as members, we should continue to look for ways to support them and invest in them without a question.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate that the member for Don Valley spoke about needed investments, and I know that he's a supporter in investing in people with disabilities. We are on the precipice of seeing Bill C-22 receive royal assent, but we still don't have any money in the budget to deliver the Canada Disability Benefit. Can he speak about what he can be doing over the coming months to ensure that in next year's budget, we see a historic investment in Canadians with disabilities being lifted out of poverty through the Canada Disability Benefit?
The honourable member for Don Valley East has 59 seconds to respond.
I would like to thank the honourable member for the question. You know, I'm a fan of much of the advocacy work he does, and you know, the question was, what should we do to you know, over the next few months to build forward for more supports for people with disabilities, and it's to do exactly what we've been doing the last year. It's to identify the issues that are important to us, build it into a budget, consult people, and come back to this House and vote for a budget that actually invests in people. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm privileged to rise in this House today on behalf of the people of Richmond Centre, and I'm grateful for the trust and support from my constituents to allow me to be their representative in this chamber. Before I speak on this opposition motion, Madam Speaker, I have a very exciting news I would like to share with Canadians. On July 1st, as we know, is Canada Day. However, the first ever Chinese-Canadian Museum in Canada will officially open for exhibition in Vancouver, Chinatown. This July 1st is also the 100th-year anniversary since the Chinese Exclusion Act was enacted. As a Chinese Canadian myself, I'm proud of my Chinese heritage. Chinese Canadians have made remarkable sacrifices and shaped our national fabric. We're excited to see our rich history and foundational contributions for Canada to be showcased at the newly opened first ever Chinese Canadian Museum. Madam Speaker, we shall not forget this story of determination. We must continue our commitment to reconciliation and continue our efforts to build a stronger and more inclusive Canada for everyone.
Order. So there seems to be a member who has online, who has his mic open. I think we've remedied that now. Yes, okay. The honourable member for Richmond Centre can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This government, Madam Speaker, has been working on creating a more inclusive Canada since day one. And I'm pleased to note that the opposition party is as focused on cost of living issues as our government. In the current global inflationary environment, it is appropriate that we're discussing the issue of rising living costs. But it is also important to bear in mind that this issue has been top of mind for our government since long before the global pandemic struck and Russia's illegal invasions to Ukraine. In fact, making life more affordable has been a central focus of our government's effort from day one. The measures we have introduced to make life more affordable include reduced childcare costs, the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Dental Benefit, and tax relief from an increased basic personal amount. Through climate action incentive payments, our government is keeping affordability in mind as we fight climate change. Since 2015, close to 2.3 million fewer Canadians are living in poverty. Income inequality has continued to fall. The labor force participation rate for women aged 15 to 64 years is at record highs. And young Canadians have access to a greater number of good-paying jobs than before the pandemic. 890,000 Canadians are employed than before the pandemic. This is more people than the entire population of New Brunswick. These are strong fundamentals, Madam Speaker, but we know that there are challenges ahead. We must contend with a slowing global economy and elevated interest rates around the world, and we will continue to take action to do so. We're fortunate in this regards that Canada's inflation rate is lower than that of our G7 partners like the UK, Germany, and the United States. And inflation is down from its peak last year, but it is still high. This means that despite Canada's strong recovery from the pandemic, and despite all the new supports we have provided, there are still too many Canadians who are struggling with the impact of the recent ongoing wave of global inflation, especially lower-income Canadians who are more exposed to the impact of rising costs. And that's precisely why, by introducing the one-time grocery rebate in Budget 2023, our government is providing much-needed relief to those who need it most, and helping ensure they can continue to put food on the table. We know it would not be reasonable to provide these support to everyone, Madam Speaker. This would just put pressure on prices for everyone and complicate the Bank of Canada's effort at addressing inflation. So the new one-time grocery rebate will deliver targeted inflation relief to the 11 million low and modest income Canadians and families who need it most. The grocery rebate is being delivered to eligible Canadians on July 5th by direct deposit or check. So please, whoever is watching this, make sure you check your account or mailbox. The royal assent of Bill C-46 had made this reality, Madam Speaker, and the passage of this bill is also allowing us to deliver a one-time top-up to the Canada Health Transfer for provinces and territories worth an additional $2 billion. This will allow them to reduce wait time for surgery and support emergency rooms across Canada. And this funding is to be used to improve and enhance the health care Canadians receive, and is not to be used by provinces and territories in place of their planned health care spending. As announced by the Prime Minister in February, we will be providing nearly $200 billion in additional federal health funding to provinces and territories over the next decade. Our actions show that health care is top priority for our government. Because health care, it is a priority for all Canadians. And Canadians are proud of our universal publicly funded healthcare system. It is at the very heart of our identity as a country. And dental care is an important component of our health too. But seeing a dentist can be very expensive. And that is why our government has committed to fully implement a permanent Canadian dental care plan by 2025. Currently, the Canada Dental Benefit is providing eligible parents and guardians with direct, upfront, tax-free payments to cover the cost of dental care for their children under 12, and has supported more than 305,000 children up to the current date. However, it isn't just children who need affordable dental care. That's why Budget 2023 delivered a transformative investment to provide dental care to Canadians who need it, with $13 billion over the next 5 years and $4.4 billion ongoing to implement the permanent Canadian Dental Care Plan. The plan will provide dental coverage for uninsured Canadians with annual family income less than $90,000, with no co-pays for those family incomes under $70,000. The plan will begin to roll out by the end of 2023, both improving the health of Canadians and making life more affordable. Of course, it is not just the cost, but also other factors that may prevent Canadians from accessing dental care, such as living in a remote community or requiring specialized care due to disability. Which is why Budget 2023 proposed funding to establish an oral health access fund. This fund will complement the Canadian Dental Care Plan by addressing oral health gaps amongst vulnerable populations and reducing barriers to accessing dental care, including in rural and remote communities. Our government is investing in healthcare because it matters to Canadians. It matters to our children, our parents, our seniors, our friends, and our neighbors. Investing in healthcare is critical to building healthier and safer communities across Canada. But whether it's ensuring they have the money to put food on the table or ensuring they have healthcare they need when they need it, Canadians can be sure of one thing. Our government will continue to support them. We will continue to be there to provide more help to those who need it most. We'll continue to make life more affordable. We'll continue to support the middle class. We'll continue to build a stronger economy. And Madam Speaker, we'll continue to make sure no one is left behind. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. It seems like a very well-reasoned, well-thought-out speech. However, the motion that we're debating right now has a question, and the question is whether or not the government should be called upon to table a plan to return to balanced budgets. I wonder if the member would agree that governments, no matter what their political stripe, should strive to create a plan, at least, to have balanced budgets.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Madam Speaker, thank you for your questions. As my understanding, we are still paying the debt that was from the Great Depression. And it's important for us to understand what is the most priority right now to serve our Canadians in needs. Of course, we understand the prices has been inflated after the pandemic due to many reasons. And we're here to discuss and debate on how we can deliver more supports and more resources to those in need across our country. And understanding our government is always top of mind on understanding the needs of Canadians. That is why we implemented the CCB, the dental plan, and also other supports to Canadians that will help them get through this hard time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he talked about getting help to people, but what has this government done? When it comes to seniors, they increased the OAS by 10%, but only for those that are over 75. They created two tiers of seniors. They decided to neglect those that are between 65 and 75. This is despite, Mr. Speaker, that over a third of women over 65 are living in poverty. Wow. It's actually shameful in a country like this, Mr. Speaker. Shame. But guess what? The PBO costed out what it would cost to expand it to include those that are between 65 and 75. It would cost $1.4 billion. Guess how much that is, Mr. Speaker? It's a half a point increase in corporate tax. What do they decide to do? They decide to choose corporate welfare instead of taking care of seniors and leaving the third of women that are over 65 hung out to dry. The GST rebate, Mr. Speaker, that people are going to see in July is to help with inflation and groceries. Never mind this increase that is needed. So through you, Mr. Speaker, when will the government decide to increase corporate taxes and take care of those that need help the most, including seniors over 65 and women, single women that are 1/3 of them living in poverty in this country? It's unacceptable. It's an injustice.
Well, member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his concern, and I have full respect for seniors across Canada. A little background about my riding, seniors in my riding of Richmond Centre. We have the highest poverty in our senior community. And before I was elected, Mr. Speaker, this is already the case. And understanding our government have also implemented the New Horizon program to support seniors in need by adjusting back the age from 65 back to 67 back to 65, and increasing our supporting our seniors by a one-time GIS support, These are things that our government is considerate of helping and supporting the seniors in Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Member, something he said in his speech right at the end. He said, we will leave no one behind. And that's what they said in 2017 when they talked about the just transition for coal workers. Well, I've looked at that program very thoroughly, and every one of those coal workers got left behind. We know we have to transition off coal. We have been transitioning off coal. But the government said they had $185 million for coal workers. Well, they spent $58 million of it, and all of that went into a slush fund for government revenue. If you take a look at what happened to the actual workers, unemployment in those cities went up by 10%, and the value of their houses went down by 2/3. Can the member across the way tell me how that actually translates into not leaving anybody behind like they promised to do? It's completely false.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre, in 30 seconds or less, if it is mine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if I can really listen to opposition saying this part, because when they are in government, they cut off a lot of support for our Canadians. And although, yes, there is a lot of tax being cut, but keep in mind, there's a lot of families that also suffer from these tax cuts. And what I meant by personally, through No One Leave Behind, is we're there to listen to all Canadians, to understand their needs, so that our government can address the solution directly. And this is important because we want to make sure all Canadians are being served. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to just take a moment to thank the great folks of Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley for placing their trust in me to represent them in this austere chamber as we have reached the last day of this session. It's really been the honor of a lifetime, I have to say, Mr. Speaker. But to the topic that we're discussing today, at the end of the day, it's a fairly simple concept. The motion is just asking on the House to call upon the government to table a plan to return to balanced budgets. Now, I've been listening patiently to the speeches from opposition parties tonight, and other than the Bloc, I really, it's difficult to find a member in the Liberal or NDP caucus that can even really say the words balanced budget. It's almost like it's sacrilege to even raise the topic, that it's somehow a partisan argument to say that government should strive to balance their books. It's like they are allergic to the concept. But you know, it hasn't always been that way, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals haven't always been this way. And the NDP hasn't always been this way. I remember from back in the early 2000s in my home province of Manitoba, when Gary Dewar was Premier of Manitoba. He was Premier of Manitoba for just over 10 years. And you know, it's interesting. I know the members of the NDP caucus are fans of Gary Dewar, and many Manitobans are still to this day fans of Gary Dewar. In fact, he was appointed as the Canadian ambassador to the United States by Prime Minister Stephen Harper, a very well-respected parliamentarian. And you know what Gary Dewar did for 10 years, between 2000 and 2010? You know what he did every year during those years, Mr. Speaker? He brought in balanced budgets. Brought in 10 of them. 10 balanced budgets. Now, what's another interesting thing about Mr. Dewar, and the reason I'm talking about him, is that one of his MLAs was a lady by the name of Jennifer Howard. And Jennifer was a very popular MLA, and she was part of that government that brought in 10 balanced budgets, and she voted every year, 10 years in a row, for all these balanced budgets. And today, Ms. Howard is the chief of staff to the leader of the NDP. So I'm hoping that at least Ms. Howard might have a conversation with the leader of the NDP and maybe talk to him about the history, the real history of the NDP, and the sense of fiscal responsibility that the NDP has had actually throughout its history. Now, when it comes to the Liberal Party, again, you don't have to go back very far to find the desire to have balanced budgets. I mentioned earlier in one of my questions that Paul Martin recognized this. Unfortunately, he was forced to recognize it. The government of Canada had hit the wall by 1995. They couldn't borrow anymore on international markets. News media sources were calling Canada an economic basket case. They had no option really to get things under control. And so, contrary to the partisan spin that many of the Liberals like to say, that Liberals would never cut anything, the fact of the matter is that the deepest cuts in Canadian history were made by Finance Minister Martin and Prime Minister Jean Chrétien in 1995. They cut transfers to provinces, and I remember it very well because Gary Filmon was the Premier of Manitoba, and he was all of a sudden looking at billions of dollars in shortfalls to fund health care in Manitoba, and provinces across the country were scrambling. And to be fair to Paul Martin, I don't think he did it because he wanted to. He did it because he had to. But the problem is, it should have never gotten to that point. And that's the point of my speech. We have the chance to right the ship. All we're asking, and it's a very reasonable request, I don't see how you could say that it's partisan in any way, just to come up with a plan. Just a plan to say, this is how we're going to get to balance the budget. And you know what? It's actually not so remote even for this government. Not remote at all, or for this finance minister, because in November, she tabled the fall economic update. And in the fall economic update, she projected a balanced budget, in fact, a $4.5 billion surplus in the 27-28 fiscal year. So obviously they had a plan to bring the budget back into balance. And so I really think that this is a very, very reasonable request. And so I want to talk a little bit more about the motion, though. The motion calls for the Liberal budget. It says that basically Budget 2023 adds more than $60 billion in new spending, or $4,200 per family. Inflation in Canada increased following the introduction of the $60 billion in new Liberal spending. The fact of the matter is that we no matter what members opposite will say, and by the way, Mr. Speaker, I should have mentioned earlier, I will be splitting my time with my esteemed colleague, the member from Calgary Centre. I apologize for not mentioning that earlier. I don't know why it just came to mind. But in any event, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that members opposite will make the argument, well, inflation has come to our shores. It's not the government's fault. It's a worldwide phenomenon, and which Canada is certainly not immune to. The problem with that is that many economists have now really confirmed that inflation is homegrown. In fact, one of them is the governor of the Bank of Canada. When I had the opportunity to question him in the Finance Committee, I asked him if government spending had been less, would inflation have been yes? And he said, yes, inflation would have been yes. So clearly, fiscal policy has an impact on inflation, as does monetary policy. And one of the things that's interesting about this concept, Mr. Speaker, has to do, because I know members opposite don't want to take it from me. They don't want to, because they view all conservatives as just coming at this from a partisan perspective, but maybe they'll take it from the IMF, which just released a report. The IMF, the International Monetary Fund, which Canada has been a member of since 1944, Mr. Speaker, put out a report that says that they urge Canada to bring back a debt anchor.
I'm going to interrupt the honourable member. I'm going to ask the Sergeant at Arms just to step outside. And I know there's some people, it's the year end, and people are having a fun time in the hallway, but the sound is echoing into the chamber, and it's making it difficult in here to hear everything the honourable member has to say. And I'm sure everybody is listening in bated breath. So I'll go back to the honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, who has 2 minutes and 22 seconds remaining.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know everybody, and I appreciate the compliment, I know everybody is waiting with bated breath to hear what I have to say next. And so I'll try not to disappoint. But the fact of the matter is the IMF now is urging Canada to bring back a debt anchor and keep fiscal policy tight. What does that mean, keeping fiscal policy tight? It means moving towards balanced budgets, not just relying on what they might call fiscal guardrails or reducing debt to GDP ratio, but actually having a hard fiscal anchor. This is the IMF talking, not me, Mr. Speaker. A hard fiscal anchor, a plan. What they mean is a plan to get back to balanced budgets. The Bank of Canada, to their credit, has been engaged in a policy of fiscal tightening, trying to reduce the money supply and raising interest rates, trying to grapple with the scourge of inflation. But the problem is that the fiscal policy of the Government of Canada is running counter to that. We have loose fiscal policy in this country, meaning that billions and billions of dollars are still going out the door. The budget this year, Mr. Speaker, it was $495 billion, almost $500 billion. Now, I know, Mr. Speaker, you've been here for a while. I know you know that's a lot of money, and it's way more than it was even in 2019. So we have a real issue in this country, and I think we need to bridge the gap. We need the government and their coalition partners to take this concept seriously, go back to the drawing board, and at least come back with a plan. That's all this motion asks for. Not to balance the budget tomorrow or 2 o'clock this morning when we're voting on the appropriations, but to come back soon with a plan, just like they had for 2027, to bring the budget back into balance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
We hear often from the other side that the price on carbon is fueling inflation. But I'm looking at reports of Bank of Canada Governor Mclean's appearance before the Finance Committee. I think it was in February, and in terms of the impact of the price on carbon on inflation, he said prescribed annual increases to the price on carbon at about 0.1 percentage points to headline inflation. Now, that's not very, very much. He later, and I quote this newspaper article, he added later that scrapping the carbon tax but completely would reduce inflation by 0.5 percentage point in the year it was done, but would not have any impact on inflation in future years. So I think this idea that, of always coming back to the price on carbon as the culprit contributing to inflation is really a bit misleading and doesn't reflect what the thoughts of the Bank of Canada governor are, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't think there was a question there, so I'll take it as a comment. I didn't talk about the price of carbon in my speech.
Comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague talked about a plan to return to a balanced budget. We agree with the fact that to govern is to plan. So it would be logical to have a plan and to expect a plan. That said, the member is concerned about inflation. Pensioners live on a fixed income. Seniors are really struggling to make ends meet. So rather than giving money, not investing, but giving money to big oil and gas, rather than giving them $20 billion in subsidies, could we perhaps take some of that to increase OAS and pensions for seniors so that they could live more decent lives?
James Assiniboia, Headingley.
Finally, I hear another member of Parliament say it's a good idea to have a plan to balance the budget. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And you know what, I hope that the members of the Liberal Party are paying attention to the good common sense of that Bloc MP, the instruction of the IMF, and not just relying on how they would view partisan interests of other members of Parliament.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really actually enjoyed the member's speech, especially the beginning part when he was talking about how incredible the NDP has been provincially in balancing budgets. It's incredible. And I enjoyed it so much, and I want to say that it's because at the time the NDP ensured that all people were paying their fair share. That includes CEOs, corporations. The share of that was equal. They were paying what they owed. And so considering the NDP's incredible record of good fiscal management, building that social safety net, ensuring that there was that balance in supporting people. I wanted to ask this member, through you, Mr. Speaker, of course, why the Conservative Party won't follow our lead and call on this government to implement a windfall tax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
You know, Mr. Speaker, only the NDP could think that increasing taxes on Canadians will make life more affordable for Canadians. But I do hope they pay attention to Mr. Dewar's record and actually come around and support our motion.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener Centre in 30 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To be fair, the question wasn't about raising tax on the average person. It was on the largest oil and gas companies in the country who have made over $38 billion in profit this year alone. Is the member not supportive of making sure that that kind of money goes to support the Canadians who need it most?
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, again, only the NDP and obviously the Green Party could think that increasing taxes will make life more affordable for Canadians.
Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm rising tonight. I think I'm the last speaker in this session of Parliament for this summer until we take a break, and it's my pleasure to be serving here for the constituents of Calgary Centre, and I hope I've represented what I said I would represent in this House to them, and if I've let them down in anything I've done in this House or anything I've said in this House or anything I've done publicly, I apologize to them for that. I hope to represent them well on all these things in the highest regard for this House. But let me take 10 minutes here. I know this is going to be as concise as I can make it as far as where we're going in the financial future of this country. So we need to link here exactly what's happening with the government. It's about truth and consequences. And the truth, of course, is that we're running bigger and bigger deficits. Our debt is getting higher and higher. There are consequences to this going forward. And those consequences are going to be borne not by the government in power here, but by the Canadian people who are going to continue to face mounting debts, deficits, interest payments, and household debts going forward here. 3 months ago, we had a Liberal finance minister deliver a budget. And in that budget, there was a lot that she put in front of Parliament here, including another $40+ billion deficit, adding to Canada's debt, which has now reached $1.3 trillion. That's the federal government debt only. Layer on the provincial government debt on top of that, of all the combined provincial governments, and you've got another $900 billion on top of that. So we are talking about a society that, from a government perspective, is very much in debt. And of course, the government, in its fiscal wisdom, says that the provincial governments are starting to actually get more money. There is one provincial government that received money last year, and that was my home province of Alberta, because of a boom in oil prices, which led to a whole bunch of royalties, which translated into over $21 billion being forwarded to various governments across Canada as a result of a prosperous industry. So make sure we understand what's happening here, and it is an industry that did suffer for a number of years before it actually made any profit here. This is the economic basis of what's holding up the social welfare of this country at this point in time. But I'm going to go back to what the finance minister's speech here gave, federal debt, provincial debt, but she also is facing a point in that an inflation regime at that point in time, which is around 4%. It had come down from last summer from about 8.2% to 4%. And how did that happen? That happened because the Bank of Canada, an instrument of the Government of Canada, had raised interest rates from 0.25% to 4.5%. It had done its job in actually trying to control inflation. This is the mandate of the Bank of Canada. So it performed that mandate, but it had to perform that mandate because of government overspending. So it did what it had to do to bring that rate back down. It got down to 4%. What happened in April? Well, consumer price index went back up. Inflation in Canada's economy went back up. Why did it go back up in April? Because the government imposed a 30% increase on the carbon tax upon the backs of Canadians. So, of course, that rippled all the way through the economy and caused inflation. Inflation at the pumps, inflation at the food store, inflation in everything we do that involves energy. Now, this is something the government doesn't seem to get a hold of, is that if it increases the cost in the economy, it's going to increase inflation. So it's doing this two ways. It's increasing the costs to Canadians, and it's increasing deficits. These are all monetary mechanisms, fiscal mechanisms, that increase inflation. And it asks the Bank of Canada, of course, can you come in and fix our mess for us, because we are imposing more costs upon Canadians. And 4.5% back when this was the Bank of Canada rate when the minister delivered her budget. That went up last month, this month actually, June 7th, to 4.75%. So what was declining in both respects has gone up. The cost of inflation has gone up, and the cost to Canadians has gone up again because they're all refinancing their mortgages, and it's another 0.25%. Where will this end? We don't know at this point in time. It's costing Canadians more and more and more. Well, what's the principal cause of this inflation? The number one cause of inflation in the economy is money printing. This government continues to print money. It's doubled Canada's debt in 8 years. And it's going to say that we had to do that to keep people safe during the pandemic. Well, the pandemic's over, my friends on the other side. We have to get back to some sort of balance where we're actually paying for the goods we consume in society today with today's dollars. We keep taxing the future generation of Canadians on their taxes to pay for our spending today. And that's something that has to change. That's something my party's asking this government to change, because it's a necessity for the future of this country. Now, let me talk about the recipe for inflation that this government has imposed upon this country at this point in time, and ask the Bank of Canada, of course, come in and fix our mistakes again and again and again. What are the consequences of the Bank of Canada coming in and raising the interest rates throughout the economy? Well, higher mortgage rates. Higher mortgage rates mean that the actual cost of maintaining the same house on a mortgage is going to rise by, well, I think it's risen by 122% in the last 8 years. That's significant for the same house. And let me explain what that issue is. When mortgage rates are low, like they were up until a year ago, people buy houses. But when you buy houses, we have a saying in finance, you don't really buy the house you need. You buy the house the payment will afford. So on a 25-year mortgage at 0.25% with a $100,000 down payment, for instance, is going to equal a bigger house than if you have the mortgage payment around 4.75+%, which is what we've done to Canadians here. We've added 4.5 points of interest to their mortgages on hundreds of thousands of dollars to the average Canadian. We have actually picked their pocket here, a bait and switch, if you will, as far as what the house they can buy. The end result for many Canadians is going to be they're going to have to walk away from their houses because the equity in their house is not going to equal what it was when they bought the house. They are losing value in their houses because of this government. And there's not enough houses in this country anyways. We've got to get this building again. We've got to make sure we get back to balance. And we've got to make sure that we serve Canadians to make sure they have the ability to build a life in Canada going forward. So if we're going through all this, the price we talk about Canadians, 107% of Canadians, the GDP of Canada, I'll back up here a second if you'll allow me, Mr. Speaker. Canada's GDP is $2.3 trillion at this point in time. The mortgage debt of Canadians equals 107% of that, so it's over $2.3 trillion is consumer debt. About 75% is that mortgage debt. I hope to correct myself there for my colleagues. And this is something, number one, it's the most indebted ratio in the G7. So we are more exposed to a downturn in the economy than any other economy in the world at this point in time. It's something that's on the cusp of danger. We call it moral hazard. The government hasn't faced the fact that actually in supposedly good times, you're supposed to balance your budget. You're supposed to pay back some of your debt. You're supposed to bring down interest rates so people can actually get the economy going in. But no, they continue to spend more money, ramp up the cost of everything, and make sure that Canadians are bearing it on their backs. And the backs they're going to bear it on the most on is mortgage rates. Mortgage rates are going to push so many Canadians out of their homes as they rise and they have to refinance here. That is a great tragedy we're visiting upon Canadians without these balanced budgets. So my party's actually been pushing this government for a long time. Show us a plan where you get back to balance, because every budget you've shown us so far is, well, you know, we're going to continue to spend more and more. What was a $10 billion temporary budget deficit in 2016 has turned into hundreds of billions of dollars per year, as another 40+ billion this year, and more going down the road, to say nothing of the debt service charge. It's doubled in the last 2 years. So we're up to $44 billion we're going to have to pay as interest. All of these are inflation. All of these are contributing to inflation. We've got to get back on track. Can I please tell the government to bring us a plan so Canadians can see they will actually get back on track? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for you, I'd like to ask the member opposite some questions. First, thank you for that very fact-filled discourse, and you spoke very authoritatively on a number of fronts, and I'd just like to ask, check some of those facts. You started off by saying we were running bigger and bigger deficits every year. In 2021, the deficit was $328 billion. In 2022, it was $90 billion, and it's projected to be $40 billion this year. So I was wondering if you could reconcile your statement with these facts. Secondly, you said we don't know where this is all going to end, and that's true, we don't. The future is always uncertain. However, the Bank of Canada has said that they expect inflation to come down below 3% by the end of the summer, and interest rates to follow in declining. And thirdly, you said that printing money was the cause of inflation. And I understand that is one economic theory, and it is the economic theory that the Conservatives follow. But many, many economists have said that, in fact, the war in Ukraine and the COVID pandemic has been the cause of inflation globally, worldwide. I was wondering if you could comment on a few of those apparent contradictions in what you said.
I just want to remind the honourable members, when they ask questions or even when they make comments, to do it through the chair and not directly to each other. Just it makes things run a little bit smoother. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
I thank my colleague for the question, Mr. Speaker, and I serve to be corrected here. She is correct. There were larger deficits during the pandemic than there were after the pandemic. And every year we look at this deficits they put on the table for the next year. It always rises. This is the point I was trying to make, and if I misspoke in that respect, I owe her an apology. When she talks about, and I'm trying to think, there were 3 questions in there, but she did talk about economists and, you know, conservative theory, all this kind of stuff. These aren't conservative theories. These are economic theories, and I do know that the Liberals sooner or later have to start paying attention to economics and finance. The numbers actually will matter at the end of the day. And I apologize to her through you, Mr. Speaker, because I've mistaken her second question out of 3. So if she can ask me again later, I'd appreciate it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. When the Conservative Party in its motion lists what is not going well, and we do agree with that assessment, the issue is with their solutions that they propose. It's as if they're suggesting that magically all problems will be solved. One solution they have relates to carbon pricing. The price of oil can destabilize prices, and we don't control petrol prices. That's global. It can be impacted, for example, by the war in Ukraine or OPEC decisions. So if we want to have stability in oil prices, does he not feel that the best solution would be to immediately cease our dependency on oil and gas? I thank my colleague for her question. That's an interesting theory, that we don't need oil anymore, but there's a lot of energy in the world. In fact, 80% of the world's energy comes from fossil fuels. And I'm certain, very certain, that oil prices are not set by oil companies here in Canada. These decisions are made on global markets. The global markets set oil prices around the world. That is the price and cost of energy. Upon which the cost of other energies are based as well. And I thank my colleague once again.
Miao, Bernie, 30 seconds or less, and then we'll have a 30-second answer.
We keep hearing from the Conservatives about their corporate and their free market-driven housing policies. Well, nowhere in the world, Mr. Speaker, has the free market solved an affordable housing crisis. And we even heard from this member, Mr. Speaker, his own city council rejected the Conservative Party Ottawa Knows Best proposals. And Mr. Speaker, through you, will the Conservatives get on board with building non-market housing to solve the housing crisis, to ensure that people actually have affordable, safe, and secure housing in the long term?
The honourable parliamentary, or the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you very much. And I don't know where my colleague got that fact about the City Council in Calgary and Conservative policy, because we're all about building houses. We're all about building affordable houses. I will point out to him that there was a solution before there was a problem. There wasn't a housing crisis for neither affordable housing nor housing for Canadians that have the money to buy their houses 8 years ago. How did this problem arise? Well, let me figure it out. What happened 8 years ago? And I'll ask my colleague that asked that question why he's supporting a government that's created the problem that we need to get in power to solve.
Resuming debate, we have 2 points of orders. We'll start with the one for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, since we've already adopted the motion, which means we will rise this evening, I want to take a few moments to speak to our leader, the NDP caucus, and my constituents. I want to pay tribute to the people who make a difference in our democracy and who help this place function. First, the Pages, who do outstanding work. It sounds like you're giving a speech, and it's not a point of order. It's very considerate of you, but that is not a point of order. So I can give you another chance in case there's something to do with the standing orders. I'll let you continue.
End of the session, that each of the parties takes a moment to thank the people who really make our democracy work. So I would ask you, for unanimous consent, for 2 minutes to do that on behalf of the NDP.
Do we have unanimous consent? No, we don't. I mean, I could see the. Yeah, no, unfortunately not. The honourable member for St. Catharines is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. While I'm on my feet, before I get to the point of order, I do want to thank all staff and all honourable members and want to wish them a very happy summer, including the Minister of Seniors and the member for Kingston Islands. Thank you. But I believe you've received advance notice, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding Standing Order 28 or any other usual practice of the House, the following proposed calendar for the year 2024 be tabled, and that the House adopt this calendar.
Great calendar. I have received a notice from all recognized parties that they are in agreement with this request. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and to the Minister of Sport.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's sure is an honour to stand in the House this evening on the final day of this parliamentary session. I'm extremely happy to take part in today's debate to speak to our country's economic situation and the measures that we are taking to make life more affordable from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker. But before I do, two things. Today is National Indigenous Day. So I would like to recognize that, and I'd also like to recognize all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit across the country who are celebrating their heritage, their culture, and their languages. We must do more to ensure that their languages, culture, and heritage are upheld in this country. It's the longest day of the year. It's the summer solstice. It's an appropriate day to celebrate that. And I was at the flag raising this morning, and I thought it was a lovely speech from a lot of elders and the Prime Minister, as well as the Governor General, the first ever Indigenous Governor General in this country, which is certainly something to celebrate on a day like today. Mr. Speaker, I would also like members before me to take a moment just to recognize family and staff. First, my partner Emily. I'm away a lot. You're in charge of the dog when I'm gone, oftentimes when I'm there too. I miss Cairo and I miss home, so I'm looking forward to coming back for a couple months, spending time in the riding with my family, with my dog and my girlfriend, as well as my mom, my brother, and my dad, of course. But I miss my staff too, and I'm looking forward to getting back. So thanks for holding down the fort in Milton over the last couple of months. It's been a lot of Ottawa time, but I'm really grateful for all of the great work that my constituency team does, as well as the people up here in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, we really wouldn't be able to do any of the work that we do as members of Parliament without our extraordinary teams. Right. So, Mr. Speaker, on to the substantive debate this evening on the Conservatives' Opposition Day motion. Our government understands that many Canadians are struggling right now. These are tough financial times with rising interest rates and global inflation, as well as quite a lot of uncertainty in economic markets. We recognize that it's tough to make ends meet these days, and in these times of high inflation, our government has been there to support Canadians. We have been witnessing a gradual decline in inflation in Canada, which is worth recognizing, worth acknowledging that is happening, because we want to ensure that it continues to occur. The OECD predicts that it will return to its target level by the end of 2024, which is good news, Mr. Speaker. Inflation in Canada reached a high of 8.1% in June of 2022, and now it's fallen to the mid-4s, Mr. Speaker. So that's good news. Le taux d'inflation est encore trop.
Inflation is still much too high, but it's lower than in other comparable economies. For example, it's 6.1% in the Eurozone and 7.8% in the UK. In fact, while we're still going through this difficult time, Canada is still doing better than most other G7 countries. Our country is facing turbulent headwinds internationally, and this is because our government has made good targeted investments to help Canadians and support our economy. Since 2015, Mr. Speaker, our government has made investments to make life more affordable for Canadians, and the last budget presented by the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance is a good example of this.
23 new targeted inflation relief supports for Canadians that are still struggling to make ends meet. And Mr. Speaker, when I knock on doors in Milton, I talk to my neighbors often and recognize that these are tough financial times. But things like investments in childcare, the Enhanced Canada Child Benefit, supports for seniors, families, and dental, Mr. Speaker, these are making a huge impact in ridings like mine and ridings right across this country. The support has been carefully designed to avoid exacerbating inflation and is aiming to support those who need it the most when they need it the most, Mr. Speaker, and very, very soon, Canadians who need it the most will be receiving their grocery rebate, which is a fantastic initiative that won't encourage any more inflation, recognizing that the toughest bills are those found at the grocery store and with respect to rents and mortgages, and we've been there on those examples, Mr. Speaker. Through the new one-time grocery rebate, Budget 2023 delivers targeted inflation relief for over 11 million lower and modest income Canadians and families, with up to $467 for eligible couples with 2 children, an extra $234 for single Canadians without children, and an extra $225 for seniors on average, Mr. Speaker. Eligible Canadians will receive their grocery rebate payment in just a little less than 2 weeks on July 5th. And we're also, working hard to crack down on junk fees, which could include things like higher telecom roaming charges, event and concert fees. Pretty much every time you swipe your credit card, Mr. Speaker, there's added costs associated with that. And we want to crack down and make sure that those little things don't add up. We're also helping small businesses with their credit card charges, Mr. Speaker, and it's a good time to look at some of those little things that really do add up, because it's an easy way to save a little bit of money. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk a little bit about our supports for seniors and how they're felt in Milton. When I talk to seniors, whether it's at Allendale or any of the seniors' homes, or seniors that live at home, which is something that we're supporting, making sure that seniors can live at home more safely, more comfortably for longer, they recognize that the OAS increases and the GIS increases are having an impact, but so is the New Horizons for Seniors program. Because one of the most important things that we as a government can do is combat loneliness and isolation that a lot of seniors experience, particularly, Mr. Speaker, when they're single. And one of the reasons why we chose to increase the OAS for older seniors is because they're disproportionately single, they're disproportionately more often disabled, and they're far less able to work when they're over 75 as well. So making sure that financial support goes to people who really need it has been a priority for our government, and it's had a really great impact. Those supports are also indexed for inflation, Mr. Speaker. Important to recognize in times of high inflation, given that we've been experiencing high inflation over the last little while. Speaking of interest and inflation and the relationship between the two, Mr. Speaker, I was at a graduation ceremony in my riding just recently, talking to some high school students that were going on to college, university, and apprenticeship programs next year, and they were thrilled to hear that Canada Student Loans and Canada Apprenticeship Loans would not include any interest on the federal portion any longer. Mr. Speaker, this is a cost burden that students will not ever need to experience. They're not going to see a minus or a little red on their invoice. They'll just never know that cost burden, Mr. Speaker, and that's an investment that I was very, very proud of. And I'm glad to know that students in the future, whether they're pursuing an apprenticeship, a university degree, or a college diploma, will not have to pay federal interest on their student loans. Yeah. Moving on, Mr. Speaker, this evening we've been hearing a lot from Conservatives, and oftentimes Conservatives will talk as if they are stewards of the economy and Canada's experts on things such as balanced books. But I think it's important to examine their record and look back at the Harper years. Those are the years where I started getting involved a little bit in politics, more interested in politics personally, because I recognized that it started affecting our lives, and it was tough times. I was traveling a lot internationally. Canada didn't have the greatest reputation internationally, specifically when it came to climate change and action on it. But we also just weren't encouraging any international investment. We were considered a low competitiveness nation at the time. There was really stagnant economic growth, and we had really high unemployment, Mr. Speaker. Comparing that to today's numbers, when there's 4.8% unemployment, back in the Harper years, there was 7.3% unemployment. Like, we're talking about almost double the number of people not working in this country. So low competitiveness, low exports, low international investment, higher rates of poverty, lower rates of economic growth, and basically just I would question, what did they get for all of that? They might say, oh, well, we balanced the books. They, in fact, did not. They ran deficits year after year after year, deficits as high as almost $60 billion. Over the course of the 6 years that they ran deficits, they ran a deficit of, on an average of $24.1 billion, Mr. Speaker. So for the Conservatives to suggest that, if we could just flick a switch and have them be in power, that the books would be balanced is actually absurd, because their record disproves that entirely. The other topic that the Conservatives have been focusing on a lot, and I think it's a good thing, talking about inflation, but they haven't been talking about the root causes of inflation. Their only speaking point with respect to inflation is to say that government spending is causing inflation. I would challenge that. Is government spending on dental care programs causing inflation? No. Is government spending on COVID and buying vaccines and making sure that businesses could stay open causing inflation? No, it's not. Is making sure that students don't have to pay interest on their student loans causing inflation? No, it's not, Mr. Speaker. Things that are causing inflation that the Conservative side does not want to talk about for some reason are climate change, or the pandemic, or supply and demand, or how about Russia's illegal war on Ukraine and their invasion of that country? How about the fact that inflation continues to be global and that Canada's inflation numbers are actually lower than all of our peer nations, Mr. Speaker. And despite all that, Mr. Speaker, we also have the strongest economic position in the G7. We're expected to grow at a higher rate than all of our counterparts in the G7. We have the lowest unemployment in the G7. Mr. Speaker, our economy is working, and that's because Canadians are working. More than 900,000 more Canadians are working today than they were before the pandemic. Our economy is growing despite the economic headwinds globally. Our Canadian economy is working because Canadians work hard. They push through hard times. I think about it like paddling into a headwind. I had the opportunity to get on the water this afternoon over at Petrie Island Canoe Club to talk about some of our investments in community level sport. And yeah, I was lucky. I did. I got on the water with some young paddlers over in the riding of Orleans. And it was windy. And I was thinking, paddling into a headwind is tough. But you actually have to keep paddling, otherwise you get pushed backward. Exactly. And that's, I think, something relevant, that if you don't push forward when you're working in a headwind, then you'll actually get pushed backward. And that's what the Conservatives want us to do. They want us to stop investing in ourselves. Confident countries, Mr. Speaker, we invest in ourselves. We invest in our future. We believe that a stronger Canada is possible if we're willing to make sure that we lay the economic groundwork and the foundation for that better future, Mr. Speaker. And that's something that Conservatives have never understood. They've never been courageous enough to invest in our own country, our own sectors and our industries and in our future, Mr. Speaker. But we will not apologize for making sure that we're laying the economic groundwork for a better future for all of our children. And I thank my honourable members for the encouragement. It's nice. I feel very well encouraged.
Great speech.
Mr. Speaker, as you can see, we've delivered a lot of new support in Budget 2023 to help make life more affordable throughout our country. However, the reality is that we started introducing such measures as soon as we formed the government. So we go back a couple of years, and I'll give you a few examples. We've provided one-time inflation relief payments to about 11 million low and modest income Canadians, which is worth now up to $467 for a couple with 2 children, and up to $234 for a single Canadian without children. And you know what? My honourable colleague down the way from the NDP does point out that it required a little bit of collaboration, and I think that's actually the best part about this place. We come together, find solutions, talk about things that are going to help Canadians, and I thank the New Democratic Party for contributing to the conversation, making sure that their constituents' voices are heard, making sure that we have good policies that actually help people, rather than just drag people through the mud, talk down the Canadian economy and our workers, ignore things like climate change and Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. It's been a tiresome spring hearing from the Conservatives about all the ways that Canada's economy is just not working. Because it's not true. Canada's economy is working, Mr. Speaker, and that's because Canadians are working. Let's talk about Canada Worker Benefit. Canada Worker Benefit means that new families could receive up to $2,616, and single Canadians without children could receive up to $1,518. Another thing that we collaborated on in this House, and I'm very, very proud of that, is the Canada Disability Benefit. Just in the last couple of days, Mr. Speaker, we've made it a reality that we're taking steps towards ending disability poverty in this country, and it's about time. Some, members will say that we should do less for people who need more. Some members on the Conservative side don't understand the idea of equality versus equity and what we're actually trying to fight for when we invest in people and make sure they have the supports that we need. But I will say that members of the Bloc Quebecois, the NDP, the Liberals and the Greens do understand the difference between equity and equality and how we fight for those individuals that need a little bit of extra support because of their circumstances. We've also provided direct tax-free payments of up to $1,300 per child over 2 years to eligible families to cover dental expenses for their children who are under 12, Mr. Speaker, and work is underway to make sure that that number goes up to 18, so that children under 18 can receive dental care. And, Mr. Speaker, because a lot of provincial governments don't adequately fund their social safety net with regards to dental care for seniors, our government is looking at solutions to ensure that seniors are also covered under our Canada Dental Benefit. We've also provided a tax-free payment of $500 to help low-income people who are struggling with the cost of rent through the Canada Housing Benefit. We've also increased, and you know what? It's important to recognize that when parties work together, we make progress happen for our neighbors. And if more parties would come to the table with great ideas and solutions, then we could probably make even more progress happen. I love democracy, Mr. Speaker. When people vote for parties that care about people, we get good progress. So thanks to the NDP for that progress, indeed, from my colleague from British Columbia. We've also increased the old age security, as I mentioned earlier, which is providing over $800 in new supports to full pensioners just in the first year, Mr. Speaker. Nous allons lancer la allocation canadienne pour...
We are going to launch the non-taxable Canada Child Benefits for 3.5 million families per year. This is going to allow them to receive up to $7,000 per child for children aged 6 and under, and up to $6,000 per child aged between 6 and 17 years old. To fight climate change by making life more affordable, we are going to put a price on pollution, which is going to put more money into the pockets of 8 out of 10 provinces.
Of time talking about carbon pricing in this chamber. I think there are some members in this House which perhaps don't believe in the institution of the Nobel Prize. I, however, think they're an institution that is fairly good at identifying when huge steps forward in progress and innovation have occurred. And that prize, Mr. Speaker, was given to somebody named William Nordhaus for his excellent work on pricing carbon and recognizing that a price on pollution is just the foundation for fighting climate change around the world, that is an existential threat, that the climate emergency is causing a public health emergency in many places, including here in Ottawa just a couple of weeks ago, despite the fact when the clouds of smoke, fire smoke, were rolling in, the Conservative side were still talking about how we could do less to fight climate change in this country, Mr. Speaker. It was very, very disappointing. But I'm glad that we are making progress. We are fighting climate change in various ways, from promoting green technologies and ensuring that we're investing in the right ways for green jobs of the future. But we're also promoting more tree planting. We're also ensuring that we are reducing emissions. We're putting a cap on emissions for the oil and gas sector. We're creating solutions, Mr. Speaker, so that people can afford to put in a heat pump to get off of home heating oil. They can more adequately afford an electric vehicle because of our zero-emission vehicle subsidies, Mr. Speaker. These are all important programs. Investing in Canadians, making sure that solutions for existential threats like the pandemic or climate change are less of a burden for Canadians. So, I know that the Conservative side will stand up in a moment or two to ask me a couple of questions about my speech, and I welcome that. And before I do, I would just ask them maybe to identify one or two of the programs that they think are superfluous. Which program is it that you would cut? Which program that you think is not helping Canadians? Is it dental? Is it the old age security? Is it our Canada Child Benefit, which supports families in my riding with $106 million every year back to the families that need it most in a cost-effective and means-tested manner? It's a great program, Mr. Speaker, and it's pulled over 400,000 children out of poverty, and I stand behind it. And I know that all members of this House do stand behind great programs like our child care subsidy, for example, which I was thrilled to see pass through this House unanimously. I'd like to thank my colleague from Burlington for all of her extraordinary hard work on that program. As a parent of a young one, she knows full well how important it is to make sure that there's good, high-quality child care available to parents across this country. My mom relied on our neighbors. I went next door when I got home from school, and then when I was a little bit too old for a babysitter, but too old for a babysitter, but too young to take care of myself, I suppose, she relied on the Canoe Club. My colleague says it was 2 years ago. It's probably true, actually. But the Canoe Club was our example, or our solution to childcare. But I'm glad we've got something that meets the needs of Canadians. And before a Conservative stands up and says all of these programs should be cut so that we can balance the books, I'd ask them, well, then why did they vote unanimously for something like childcare? Mr. Speaker, in closing, we recognize that times are tough. Financially, families are struggling right now. There's a lot to do with inflated costs and global inflation, but we're meeting the moment. We're meeting Canadians where they are and finding solutions with an open mind. We're fighting inflation and it's slowly going down. I want to recognize that it's still too high, as are interest rates for many Canadians, but that's why our government is investing and finding ways to provide inflation relief to those who need it most, to the most vulnerable, and to those who are most exposed to inflation. Mr. Speaker, I wish you a great summer. I look forward to spending some time back in my riding, maybe taking a little vacation. Looking forward to getting home after a long spring here in the House of Commons, but I want to congratulate everybody on passing so much legislation this spring. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech tonight. I was surprised when I heard him accuse the Conservatives of ignoring the war in Ukraine. Conservatives have been calling for some time now for an increase in Canadian oil and gas exports to Western Europe so that they can stop buying their oil and gas from Russia. This is something that the Liberals have promised but not delivered on. So I was wondering if the Honourable Member can explain whether he feels that an increase in Canadian oil and gas exports to Western Europe to displace Russian oil and gas is a policy worth pursuing.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Once again, just shocked, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives would say one thing but then do another. With all of the support for Ukraine in our budget, the Conservatives voted against it. With all of the support for Ukraine through the most difficult time in that country's existence, they voted against it. And then they stand in the House and suggest that the one way we should help Ukraine is by exporting more oil and gas to Western Europe. Mr. Speaker, there's an energy crisis around the world. We need solutions. We need innovations. But to stand up and suggest that the only thing that we should be doing for Ukraine is voting against a budget with all of that aid, all of those supports, all of those defense mechanisms that the minister has applied. But what we should be doing is sending more oil and gas is just so myopic. I can't even wait to get to summer, so I don't have to hear that type of argument anymore.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, have a great summer, Mr. Speaker, and I'll also wish a great summer to everyone in this House. Regarding my colleague's speech, I'm going to read a conclusion by the Centre of Excellence of the Canadian Federation. Here's the conclusions they came to. The current trend is towards less collaboration in spending priorities. The government is imposing its vision on the provinces. I would call this federal paternalism. You're going to get some money, but you have to do what we say first. And why is the government allowed to get away with this? It's because the federal government has more money than it knows what to do with. So, thus, fiscal imbalance has made it so that the federal government is intruding in other areas of jurisdiction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question and for her interest in these very important issues. Mr. Speaker, I think it's a matter of collaboration and a matter of accountability. Mr. Speaker, my constituents together with my constituents, we are moving towards a better education system and a better health system. And for the last 6 years, with the we've been seeing cuts made in Ontario by their premier, cuts to the educational system, cuts to the healthcare system. So it's a matter of accountability and collaboration with the provinces and territories. So it's all about collaboration. It's not a matter of paternalism, as my colleague put it. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Speaker, and the reality is the Conservative motion today would cut tens of thousands of jobs, including the folks that make this Parliament work. And I'd like to pay tribute, Mr. Speaker, now to the pages, the administration, the interpreters and translators, the clerks, the analysts, the librarians, those involved in maintenance and food service and cleaning, the drivers, the IT team, and the Parliamentary Protective Services. Mr. Speaker, of course, we paid tribute earlier to Nora Daigle, who after 20 years in this House of Commons is going to be taking her retirement. And of course, we wish her a terrific retirement. So, Mr. Speaker, we pay tribute, the member from Burnaby South and the entire NDP caucus, to those workers. My question to my colleague is, why do Conservatives hate workers so much that they wouldn't even allow thank yous for those workers in this House of Commons?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend and colleague from New Westminster Burnaby for doing what I didn't during my 20 minutes, which is thank the resources of this House and the people that work so hard to make sure that everything about democracy that we all love and hold so dear happens. I would also add the analysts, the Library of Parliament, all of the clerks. The whip is saying I should include the whip. That's fine, Mr. Speaker. But the pages especially, Mr. Speaker, because we played soccer against the pages, and I won't talk about the score, although. Should I talk about the score pages? What do you think? Is it fair to talk? We did. The MP side did win this time by only 1 point. But my favorite part of that was that they held up a sign during the game that said "Get your own water." So for the next 3 months, I'm going to get my own. I'm going to get my own water. I appreciate that. So I'd reiterate the kind gesture from my friend and colleague from New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you to all the workers. Thank you to all the people who are supporting workers across our country, and thank you to everybody in Ottawa who works so hard, and we'll see you in September.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable the Honourable Minister of Official Languages. We have about a minute and a half left, so 45 seconds.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be very brief. First of all, I want to thank my colleague from Milton for his great speech. Really, I listened to it attentively. I'm wondering if you could elaborate a bit on the impact that the investments that our government have made in the area of early learning and childcare, and also the impact on families, but also on the impact on our economy, because we certainly know it's going to make a huge difference to making sure that more women are entering the workforce.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to congratulate my colleague for the passage of Bill C-13. There is a small but very tight-knit Francophone community in Milton, and they were very happy by this. I was actually able to attend a graduation in the French language school.
Legislation for minority language rights in Canada. Monsieur le Président, Mr. Speaker, once again, I'd like to acknowledge how historic our investments in affordable childcare. $10 a day childcare now has been achieved by 6 provinces and territories across this country. You know, parents are now spending more time with their parents over the course of the summer, but come September, they'll be able to access that childcare. Once again, Mr. Speaker, thank you to everybody in the House for making this session possible.
As it is 10:30, pursuant to the order passed today, and because it is the last designated supply day for the supply period ending June 23rd, 2023, it is my duty to disrupt the deliberations and put to a vote immediately all questions necessary to dispense with the opposition motion.
Is as follows. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Williams, move that given that 1. Liberal budget 2023 adds more than $60 billion in new spending, that is $4,200 per family. May I dispense? No. 2. L'inflation.
2. Inflation in Canada increased following the introduction of $60 billion in new Liberal spending.
3. Following the increase in Canada's inflation, interest rates were increased to 4.75%. 4.
The IMF warns that Canada is the country most at risk of a massive mortgage default.
No, I'll continue then. 5. Average mortgage payments are up 122% since the Liberal Prime Minister took office. 6.
Canadian households have the most debt as a share of GDP of any country in the G7.
The solution is to eliminate the deficits, balance the budgets in order to bring down inflation and interest rates.
The House call on the government to table a plan to return to balanced budgets.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, we would like a recorded division. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, very good. Call in the members.
The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Williams, move that given that one Liberal budget, may I dispense? No. Liberal budget 2023 adds more than $60 billion in new spending, that is $4,200 per family. 2. L'inflation.
2. Inflation in Canada increased.
Okay.
Inflation in Canada increased following the introduction of $60 billion in new Liberal spending. 3.
The increase in Canada's inflation interest rates were increased to 4.75%. 4.
4. The IMF warns that Canada is the country most at risk of a massive mortgage default.
Average mortgage payments are up 122% since the Liberal Prime Minister took office.
6. Canadian households have the most debt as a share of GDP of any country in the G7.
The solution is to eliminate the deficits, balance the budgets, in order to bring down inflation and interest rates. The House call on the government to table a plan to return to balanced budgets. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Lantzman.
Miss Lantzman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Bertol.
Monsieur Bertol.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultaev.
Mr. Abultaev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Monsieur Lowe.
Monsieur Lowe.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Mclean.
Mr. Mclean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Monsieur Theriot.
Monsieur Therrien.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Bong.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Madame Pittspa-Taylor.
Madame Pittspa-Taylor.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Gerretsen.
Mr. Gerretsen.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangre.
Mr. Ananda Sangre.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Calloway.
Miss Sachs.
Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Fragiskatos.
Mr. Fragiskatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Mr. Roy.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Miss Zerillo.
Miss Zerillo.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannon.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Blaikie.
Mr. Blaikie.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 145, 145. Nays contre 177, 177.
Je déclare
I declare the motion defeated.